Welcome to the show, people. Welcome to the show.
What it do, comic book gurus? It's your boy Razor Comics, and we are live. Yes, welcome to the show. We have a really big show for you today. Boy, do I have a fun one for you today. Really nice show planned for you today. I want to thank everybody for stopping by. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate all the love from the comic book community. Yes, today we are going to be discussing the top 10 beef ceasefire Sunday special. That's right. We're bringing it to you live on a Sunday. What we normally do here on Ceasefire Sunday, in case you are new to the show for the first time, I'll break it down for you. Football and comic books every Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern. It's Ceasefire Sunday. The topic is football and comic books. We gather around. We hang out. It's positive. We bro it out. Any drama that's happening during the week or any time that you have, we squash that. We put that to the side. Drop links in the chat. Make it open to the community so that way if you want to squash your beef with somebody you might have, you can do it on Sunday with your boy while we talk about football. We discuss comic books. We show off our hauls. We have a good time. It is positive. Believe it or not, it's drama-free. And if you follow the show, you will know that we have squashed beefs before. Now, today, we have a special beef, one that you might not be aware of. Maybe you are. Top 10 wars. That's right. What's that about, Razor? Well, it's a good question, man. There is a list, top 10 list, a whole bunch of them out there. You guys know them. Name them all out. There's a whole bunch of them now going on. Top 10 list. You guys are aware of them. I'm going to discuss the reason behind the top 10 lists. Are intrigued as a comic book community. Why are they so popular? And are they still relevant? One of the gentlemen that we're going to bring to the stage today on the show for not the first time, but a friend of the show, Bryan from Beyond Wednesdays, Mr. McClay himself, top 10 list, my man, who has been discussing top 10 lists for a while, but I am going to keep it non-biased. So we are going to get into this tough discussions. I'm going to ask some tough questions. I'm going to ask you to bear with me. Because not only does your boy don't know shit about comic books, but this is my first interview live. So thank you for joining. I am a rookie at this. So bear with me. If you have any questions, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Put a Q next to your question. Leave it in the chat, and I will try to get to it at the end of the show. We want to bring the man on the stage. We want to ask him questions because he's a busy guy just like the rest of us, and I don't want to waste your time. So thank you guys for stopping by today. Now, in discussing comic book beef, in discussing the history of comic books, there's one gentleman that can help me out. Because again, like you guys know, I'm new to this hobby. This is 1 year that I'm doing the show. I started doing a comic book haul video almost a year ago. So this is 1 year with the channel today. So my history, as far as top 10 list and the top 10 beef between Rennavision and Beyond Wednesdays, a little foggy, I'll be honest with you. So I do have somebody, my special guest today, Darth Lopez. This gentleman is the professor, the historian when it comes to comic book beef. He's been following it. He's been watching it. And boy, does he love it. He is going to help me discuss the drama from his side of view, his take as to what happened, the whole history, the layout, because I have questions. I'm not sure what happened. I do know that we are all interested in top 10 lists. It's something that I enjoy watching. There's different shows that show these top 10 lists, right? There's two in particular that we're discussing. I'm going to show you the screen here. This is Beyond Wednesdays. If you guys do not follow him, I would definitely take a look at this guy. This guy's name is Bryan McClay. His subscriber count right now is a little under 3,000. He's at 2,000.93, right? So a little under 3K. But if you look at his track record and what he does, from me as being somebody new to the hobby, new to watching to the content, what I look at is his views. How many people are actually turning in? How many people are commenting as far as his content, right? Is it interesting? Because is he drawing in people? You can have a top 10 list, right? You can get some information. You can spec. We all can do that. The point is, are you good at it? Are you entertaining at it? Is your information accurate? Is your speculation good? What makes Bryan McClay's show so special? So I pulled it up, took a look at it, right? The gentleman has 2.93 subscribers, 2,000.93 subscribers. His latest show was Modern Comic Mayhem. Now I'm gonna hit the little scroll down here for you guys for some information on my guy. Modern Comic Mayhem was the last show. Already, 13 hours later, there's 1,000 views. DC's broken record, Batman and Superman resist again. The show before that was a pre-Thanksgiving, a Wednesday night review. These are shows that he does himself, that he produces, that he does the artwork for. It's really great production as far as the background, the layout, how the screen interacts with the chat. What's cool about it is what I like is not only you don't have to wait for the live chat, right? Usually once the show ends, you don't get to see the live chat until like 12 hours, 24 hours later. The cool thing about Bryan's show on Wednesdays is you'll notice that the layout is a way so that way the chat is constantly on the screen. So even if you come back and you watch the replay, which is something that I do, I don't watch it live all the time. You're able to actually see the chat still, what's going on, which is a really cool idea, man. Really, I think visionary. So the layout's really good. The views for 3 days ago, 1.3. You go back a little bit further, right? 2.3 for the previous Modern Mayhem show. We go a little bit further than that. We got a John Tyler interview for 1K, and then the other Modern Mayhem show around 2,000. So as you can see, he's around 1 to 2,000 views for his show for a gentleman that has 2.9, excuse me, a little under 3,000 subscribers. Now, just to make it fair, guys, I'm going to show you the Rennavision tab. No, Rennavision is something that I was not aware of. This is something that I discussed on my show, Football and Comic Books, Sundays at 4 p.m. Eastern. And the reason why this topic came up and why we're talking about it is during the discussion, top 10 lists came up. More specifically, it was Mark Spears, because Mark Spears, guys, is hot right now. It's something that I didn't see coming. It's something that a lot of people didn't see coming, and there's very few that actually put the news out ahead of time. Lee Snowball's one of them, and then Bryan McClay from Beyond Wednesdays was another one. These lists got so hot that it brought to my attention, well, let's see where it's at. Let's see how hot is it. It's everywhere on every single top 10 list. One list that came to my attention was a CBCSI list, a top 10 CBCSI list. I was not aware of this list. Was not aware there's a website for this list. Was not aware that at one point it was something to do with Bryan McClay, Ben Stein, House of Stein, others that were involved and that we're going to bring and discuss up here a little bit later. But this is the, let's say, I want to say the enemy's website, because again, I don't know these gentlemen at all. I have no stake in this, no dog in the hunt, no horse to bet on. I'm just giving you the information. So this is Rennavision. They have a little bit over 4,000 subscribers. So 4.24 subscribers, K. So their count is about 1,000 more than Bryan, a little bit more, over 1,000 more. So that tells me that they have more subscribers than Bryan. Why? Why do they have more subscribers? Not sure. There's always debate about that. But let's take a look at their numbers, right? So recent show that they did was We're on Star Wars Key Comic. This was done, well, that's coming up. This was the interview with Mark Spears. Let's go to that one, because that's the one that I seen most recently. That was a day ago. 702 views. So that was a day ago, right? 702 views. That's an interview with Mark Spears. That guy's hot right now. Honestly, I would think that would do more than 702 views. So it leads me to think, why is the hottest artist on a show with a top 10 list that's not doing more than 1,000 views, compared to Bryan McClay, whose show on Beyond Wednesdays that I'm scrolling down the bottom does more than 1,000 views without having to have a special guest on. So that right away is kind of interesting to me. The previous shows, if you take a look at, you got the Time to Buy the Hot 10 Comics, right, which is their pretty much their number one show that pops up. If you look at their their playlists, that's the CBS Hot 10 show. So when I look at their numbers on their live tap show, time to buy these Hot 10 Comics, 858 views. That was 3 days ago. So less than 1,000 views. Streamed 10 days ago. So time to buy these Hot 10 Comics 10 days ago. DC Incentive Variants, News, Reviews, and More, 1120. So this was another one that was most recent, right? 10 days. So give people time to already see the show. The information on here is no longer relevant. So it's 1.2K. So as you can see, the views are not the same for Bryan McClay's Beyond Wednesdays, but they have a list that they go off of called a top 10 CBCSI list. It's a website that anybody can access. I don't have a whole lot of information on the list, and that's why I have my historian and professor here with me today, Darth Lopez. He's going to help me out. I'm going to bring him on the stage, introduce him here today, and I want to thank him for waiting patiently backstage. So let's bring him on.
What
Darth
up?
Lopez, welcome to the show. Thank you for waiting patiently backstage. I want to make sure I break it down, give a little history. Thank you, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good. You?
I'm doing outstanding, man. Now, before we get into this, we got some people here today that are watching the show. There's 20 people here that are here with me live. So thank you, guys. I want to recognize the chat before we get going, brother. So we got GT Key Comic in the building. He's always first.
Always.
What's
Always.
up, man? Thank you for stopping by. Of course, we got Darth Lopez here in the panel
Yes, sir.
today. Locke, my guy. It's not Loke. It's Locke.
Lock.
Chad Wynn, what's up, Razor? Thank you for stopping by. We got Derek, of course.
Yeah.
Big Derek, always in the chat, always showing support for the channels. We appreciate the love. My guy, Synthetic Panels. Hello, my guy. Appreciate you. The intro that you see on the Razor Comics of me dancing around, that was done by this gentleman right here.
The
This
genius,
person
bro.
here. The little AI figure. That's this guy. He did the intro. So shout out to Synthetic Panels. Thank you for stopping by. Luke. MJ Comics. Wish you had a good show, Razor. And guest. Thank you. That is the king of interviewing. Appreciate you. You are the man. Steve and Spock, thank you for stopping by. As always, we got Beckerman. I thought football happened on Friday this week. It did. You know what happened on Friday. We need to discuss about that. We need a show to rank the top 10 list. Derek, I should have not highlighted that. That might be coming out soon, my guy. Stay tuned. Collector P, good afternoon. Thank you for stopping by. We got Payne. Is it Payne? What do you think? How do you say that, Darth? Payne, 1981?
Payne? I don't know.
Payne,
1981?
BW Crew's in the house, though. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Luis Mendoza. Luis. Yo. What's up, fellas? The Collector P. What's going down? Razor Comics, MJ Comics. I went to a comic shop today. Who I found, though? Brian. Wow, really? Huh.
Nice.
Fuzzy Dunlap. What's good? Hey, 1991. MJ, did you go to Untold? Okay, we're all caught up with the chat. Thank you, guys, again, for stopping by. Welcome to the show. We appreciate you guys. Thank you again.
Welcome to the show, people. Welcome to the show.
Darth.
Yeah.
My guy.
What's up?
Top 10. Rennavision.
Yes,
Beyond Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Now, you were on the show with me because you're a regular here on the football topic when we were discussing top 10 and Mark Spears. Mark Spears was hot. I was saying, man, this book is big. Let's pull it up. Let's see, where it's ranking on top 10. I was trying to find out where to go to find out, where's there a list at? Where's info?
Right.
You mentioned a couple of them. You mentioned our guy, Brian, Beyond Wednesdays does his. You mentioned, and then, CBCSI, Rennavision. This came up. And I did access the website, because I don't, it's Ceasefire Sunday. You know what I mean? I'm not, it's all positive. We don't have any beef with anybody. If there is, we try to squash it on that day. So I pulled up the website, not trying to take any jabs at Brian or any disrespect because he's a foul, how I say, state 48er. That's how we do it out here in Arizona, Phoenician Arizona guy. So I don't want to throw him underneath the bus, but at the same time, we keep it non-biased, right? So we did discuss it, you and I, and that's when you brought up that there was some drama behind a list that might have been possibly stolen. And I hear this on Brian's show a lot. Brian will say it, man. He'll say, call him Still-O-Vision. You hear it.
It's a little rough.
You'll hear the Still-O-Vision, man. And that'll pop up, right? And I'm like, Still-O-Vision? What the fuck is Still-O-Vision? And then I went down this rabbit hole, down this, tales from the flip side, and it's
Yeah, that's
crazy,
where it all
man. I
started.
started watching the Rennavision videos, and it took me down this whole rabbit hole, but I wasn't aware that there was this beef that I love, that you and me both love,
Yes, yes, yeah, yeah. We're
that
both,
happened behind a top 10 list. I'm thinking the fucking top 10
that,
list.
yeah,
This is anybody can access this top 10 list.
it's
But
fantastic, bro.
but the history behind it is the creation of the list, how it
Right.
became a list, who was
Yeah.
sharing it between a group, what
Right.
channel it was on, and then a split. Now I'm gonna
Correct.
let you get into it. Explain to the audience that may not know the history, as you just being a viewer like myself,
Right.
who was watching it, who might have been behind the scenes. From what your take is, can you go back to the beginning and explain to us this beef, please?
Yeah, I can go back to when I discovered Flipside. That was a staple show, the top 10 list, right? I'll let Brian really get into like where it originated and all that,
Sure.
the website and all that. But yeah, there's a website, you know what I mean? You can go on there, you can look it up. And I do that. I do both back then, right? But I would watch the flip side. And so flip side, there's a lot of heavy hitters, a lot of speculation, right? And flip side kind of blew up, jokingly, I'm gonna say, it's kind of like a flip side civil war. They splinter off, they all break up. It basically becomes two hubs, Rennavision and Bryan McClay. But Brian got the top 10, right? And so, he's doing the top 10, going good, whatever. But prior to that, he remained on flip side. Then he breaks off. Rennavision had already established, but when Brian breaks away from flip side, Ben Stein, they roll together. They do the top 10, right? And so that was the two kind of hubs, and I like to call my
Ben
multi.
Stein is not, guys, just so you know, Ben Stein. This is not the actor Ben Stein, because believe me, I was like, Ben Stein? You mean the guy from the
Yeah,
fucking the Clear Eye commercials?
yeah,
So holy shit, he put together a top 10 list.
no
So
shit,
no,
huh?
it's not that guy. It'd be hilarious if it was. Can you
Right.
imagine? But no, just so the people that know, that are new to it, like me, is like, holy shit, it's not the actor Ben Stein. It's not Bueller. It's not that guy. All right, it's not something voodoo economics. Not him. Sorry,
Yeah.
Darth. Go ahead. I
No, okay.
apologize.
So yeah, what was I? So Brian has a list. He's going strong. Okay, like there's all right. So I'm part of Rennavision. That's where I got my shot, bro. And I am grateful for that. You know what I mean? So people over there that gave me a shot, whatever the case may be. So I'm a Rennavision loyalist, bro. You know what I mean? That's my squad, right? And so I hear rumblings behind the scenes, certain things I could say, certain things I won't out of respect, right? But I do know that there was always been like a kind of like a cold war between McClay and kind of like what we used to call back then the HR of Rennavision, corporate, right? There's kind of like a something there, right? It's not serious. It is what it is, right? But it's there. So because I watch, I mean, these are my guys from Flipside, so I stay watching both content, right? And so I'm watching Brian when he does the drama segment. I'm like, oh shit, okay, what is this, right? So I'm just watching the drama segment, and now this is what I'm going to get into as me being a viewer, because this is kind of a narrative that never really was talked about, because at Rennavision they didn't want us to respond. So I'm watching his drama segment, and there is a guy named Brian knows who he is. I'll let Brian do that. I just call him Grateful Dead. This goes to the flip side, right? Early flip side days. I believe he owned the CBSI website, whatever the case may be. Grateful Dead has a variant that comes into question, the print run. Okay, I'll just leave it there. It's a Star Wars homage.
And print run is big in the comic community, saying that your print run is
Correct.
limited.
Yeah, see,
And lying about print run.
Right.
Community, it's kind of it's pretty bad. It's
Right.
kind of like the worst thing that you can accuse somebody who's in the business of.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, Darth. Go ahead. I apologize.
No, you're right. So let me just say that, like, that's what I consider myself from the Flipperverse, right? I plucked from the chats, the live chats of Flipside, bro. That's like that's my home turf. All these guys are my home turf, right? That's how I feel, and that's what it is, right? So that goes on, and I'm watching them and say, wait a minute, that's like politics right there, because I knew that because I was on Rennavision, I kind of have some inside info, inside baseball. I know who beyond Grateful Dead. That's like kind of something to do with that book. He's on the drama report, taking there's some shots being taken, bro. Like, okay, so politically, it's like, yo, bro,
Love it. I love it.
oh,
Yeah, yeah.
like, hold on, bro. This is my first of all, it's my website where that top 10 is done. If I'm not mistaken, Ben Stein wrote that list, and Pete Renner used to write articles for that list and others, right?
Really?
Yeah, but they just put it on YouTube and it doubled down, and it was great, right?
Mm-hmm.
And top tens to me are very important, but we'll do that later.
So the list was put together by Ben Stein and Pete Renner.
No, no, by Ben Stein at that time. From my understanding at that time, that what was done on flip side, Ben Stein. Ben Stein was always on the show with Bryan McClay and other panel dudes back in the OP days, right? Okay, so I'm seeing this go. I think it might have happened twice, bro. And I'm like, damn, dude, they're taking shots at Grateful Dead. And lo and behold, sometimes
and this is regarding the print run.
Yes, about that particular exclusive variant, which I for me personally, I cannot stand store exclusive.
And I can't wait to hear what the shots were that he took, and I will let him talk about
it.
Yeah,
that's you know what I mean. Politically, I gotta stay within in the lines, right? So I'm like, damn, dude, that's not you know what I mean. I'm like, that's not pretty good because whatever, right? So it does play out that way, and it's like, oh shit. So I already know rumblings in Rennavision that they might land the top 10, right? I'm like, oh. That's interesting, right? But that's not my thing. That's corporate. Like I'm happy over here with SNS. So that's not my thing. I don't, whatever the case may be, right? So I'm hearing rumblings, and I was developing a friendship, an acquaintance, whatever you want to call it, with the number 2 over there. Corporate, it's part of corporate HR. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool, really, all right, whatever. All in my head, I'm like, well, I'm watching Bryan, and well, not Bryan per se, but the panel question that print run and whatever the case may be. So it comes out that Grateful Dead gave Ben Stein an ultimatum. Yo, bro, either you separate from Bryan or I'm going to take the top 10 from you. This is how I saw it back then. Now, it has been a while. It has been like almost a year, right? So maybe Bryan can, touch that up. So this is how I see it from just being a viewer, that this was before the war of the top 10, right? It was not, it was okay, it was in-house. And then I'm like, oh, okay. So I only know that because Bryan talks about that, right? That happens after, once I know that these guys got the top 10 and they're, it's being talked about in the Rennavision war room. Oh, they got the top 10. All right, well, cool. I am like, that's interesting because Bryan and Stein have a built-in audience, bro. Like, that's why his views get what they get. That shit goes back to when they were doing it at Flipside. It goes with Bryan and Stein to Beyond Wednesday. That's almost, you can't, it's like, if you really look at it, it's something within the community that's really known in our multiverse, our flipperverse, that's home base for the list goes over there with Bryan and Stein. Now, my HR got it. And so then when my HR gets it, Bryan McClay unleashes a barrage of attacks, bro, on the channel, and he just started fucking firing on him. And I'm like, dude, And again, I just go back to like I used to watch all these guys on one show or be on multiple shows together and be a squad. But even then, I knew back then that it wouldn't last because it was very competitive in the flipperverse, bro. It was the first who caught the variant, who called the second print. It was during the pandemic, bro. We all had time. Right. Yeah. So it was different back then in our multiverse. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting because, you could already see when Bryan did his show on Wednesday, the numbers were going that way if you really want to look at it. But I'm Rennavision at that time. It's home base. So Bryan starts bombarding like AC-130 shots, bro. Just dropping bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb. Sure. And I'm over there like, yo, bro, to the number 2, to HR, like, hey, man, Bryan's over here using harsh language, like harsh language, bro, like bitch.
Well,
Steve.
and to this day, and we'll bring him on here in a minute. We'll let him
Yeah,
speak
yeah,
for himself. But I
yeah.
mean, I'll hear him on his show. To his credit, I mean, he's not afraid to say it. I mean, he'll call him Stillavision. He believes that list, was taken from him, for a better word, and
Right,
was
right,
used by this other channel to
right.
continue to, they're monetized, so they're continuing to make money off of it. And I'm sure there was ties that were broken that I'd be upset about as well. Now,
Yeah,
the question is,
yeah.
was it really stolen? Whose property exactly was it? The ultimatum
So,
is kind of shitty. I get that part.
right.
And then how it ended up on the other side is kind of weird. And lines were drawn for maybe monetary reasons. Who knows? But I guess that'd be a good time to bring in our guest tonight, our guest today, right?
Yeah.
Let him kind of clear the air, man. This is something that I've been interested in. So, guys, we have a lot of drama that's been going on.
Drama. You remember we need drama.
Yes, the drama is real.
Yeah.
Darth, now I think you did a lovely job of recapping that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. But
Yeah.
yes, we are going to bring Bryan McClay from Beyond Wednesdays. We're going to let him come on the line. We're going to let him come on here and answer some questions. So, without further ado, I bring to you Bryan McClay from Beyond Wednesdays. Bryan, my guy, thank you for stopping by. We appreciate you.
Hell yeah, man! I'm stoked for this. This is fun for me. I don't have to push all the buttons. I get just to hang out. I get to get high, hang out, and shoot the shit. You know what I mean? So this is anytime I get to go on another show, it's enjoying, enjoyable, enjoying high, enjoying full.
Well, that's good, man. I appreciate it. And before we get started, I do want to ask you, how is Abby?
She's doing much better, bro. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. A lot of people know I have a dog that is going through. She's had cancer for a while now, and I thought last week I was going to have to put her down, and I thought, I had called the vet and made the appointment, and everything, and somebody told me to change up her medicine and try this, and we tried something different. I started giving her baby Tylenol, the little, the shit that you can chew that's like orange tasting, and it's worked wonders. So
Really? It's worked wonders, huh? That's awesome,
yeah,
man. Who would have
yeah,
thought, right?
yeah, right. It's very interesting. So she's time is I don't think we still have much time. I don't think this is going to put like a years or months on her life, but I think it's already given me an extra week, and I'll take every day I get. You know what I mean?
Right. That's good to hear, man. I'm glad that you're still spending time with her, because I know it's hard when you lose a
Well,
pet, and
yeah,
it's not like, it's different to explain. People who've lost pets, they know what I'm talking about. Just losing
Yeah.
somebody close to you, it's one thing, but then losing a pet, especially if it's something that a puppy that you've had forever, it's a
yeah,
different bond. So
yeah.
I'm sorry to hear it, but I'm also glad to hear that that Abby's still doing good, man, and here with us, bro. So good
Hell
to
yeah,
hear, man.
hell yeah.
Now, before we get started about the whole Rennavision and situation and how that list got to being where it's at now, man, I do want to ask about top 10 in general. Just what do you think the community itself, the comic community, why do you think, there's so many channels that do these top 10 lists, man? I mean, I have a list of them, and these are just ones that I kind of follow. You got the Comic Toms, the Comic Tom 101s. You got Mighty Comics and Collectibles. He's kind of new. He does his list. Bruce and Stephanie, he does a top 10. Economic and Comics, shout out, Arizona native. Comic Book Corner 2.0. And then Cover Price. Those guys do their own list too. So this is just some of the people that I follow. Obviously, there's a lot more out there, but it's really popular amongst the comic okay It's something that intrigues us all. Why do you think that these top 10 lists are so popular in the comic community?
Okay, so I think there's this weird thing that happened where nobody was really doing top 10 lists after Wizard died. Back in the day, Wizard, the first thing you would go to is the top 10, the hot 10, or the top 10, whatever. I think it was hot 10. And, that was a staple of comic books and what I call the first speculation age, right? The first speculation age was that 90s era, which, really killed comics for a while, but it was crazy at that time, even more crazy than it was during the pandemic for us. And so nobody had been doing it for a long time after Wizard. And this G+ community pops up out of nowhere called Comic Book Speculation and Investing, CBSI.
Right.
And it goes from being a 50-person forum group where we would just show our pickups and talk about looking for rare variants to 20,000 people, getting our own variants made and all going in on, getting to make sure we get 9/8 graded for a certain price, like doing shit that you see people doing all the time now, razzes, crazy shit. It was a lot of fun. And this is during, 2013 type era, 2014, 2015. And that turned into a website called CBSI. And it also, on that website, was a new hot 10 list, right? That was catered towards speculation. And what I mean by speculation in comics at that time meant is the whole goal and mantra of CBSI at the time was flip comics to get your grails, right? You would go find the books that you could pick up weekly that are probably going to have some good play behind it. But more importantly, you're being told about books that are sitting in back issue bins right now that you can go flip on eBay. You can buy for a couple bucks and flip on eBay for 50 or 60 bucks. And at that time, it was plentiful. I mean, Lopez will agree. Most people that listen to any CBSI based show, that was what you were looking for, is that free cornbread, as we call it, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was Pebbles to dig.
Yeah, and you would go hit comic shops, and the funny thing is nobody talked about it. It was like the Fight Club, right? If you're in Fight Club, you don't want to talk about it because you don't want to fuck it up, right? You don't want people to find out about it. So nobody really knew about CBSI except for a certain group of people, and there was people making good money off of it. So anyways, there's a top 10 list. It's written, the first like six lists are written by the original owner of CBSI, a guy named Trey Kenyon.
Okay.
And then it got moved over to a guy named Ben Steiniger. Ben Steiniger has been writing a hot 10 list weekly ever since. So over probably over 10 years, I imagine. It's getting close to
at least a House of Stein, right? That's a show that he has done, right?
Yeah. So this is what you got. You got a guy named Ben Steiniger that's writing the hot 10 list at CBSI. It's the main thing that makes this website get 20,000 unique visits a month or whatever. It's the main reason why a lot of shows are being made to talk about these books. And the hot 10 list at that time was putting a lot of money in a lot of people's pockets, right? I mean, a lot of money. And it in my opinion, along with variants, especially, high ratio variants and retailer exclusive variants, which all kind of hit at the same time, got really popular at the same time. I mean, variants have been going on for a while, but not retailer exclusive variants, at least in the amount that it's happening now.
Okay.
And all that happened at the same time. So you got these businesses that are popping up out of CBSI. You've also got these YouTube channels and shows that are popping up out of CBSI. The first being a channel called the Unpressable Defects. There's a channel out now called the Pressable Defects. They had no idea about the Unpressable Defects, so there's no shade there. But the original show was called the Unpressable Defects, and this was the 5 guys who originated the CBSI group. Trey being one of them, Big Leg, who is on my channel now, and being another, Mighty Mel V being one.
Mighty Mel.
Yep, a guy named Coy and a guy named Jimmy Linguini.
Wow.
And they
That's a
would
big
talk
group.
about a big group, and they would talk about all these books that you can go find, right?
That's cool,
And
man. That's
it
like
kind of
a crew. We're geeking out around the same hobby and specking together. That's
you got
that's
it.
fun, man.
And so the YouTube part of speculation to me was born at that moment. Okay. And I want to key in on speculation because I think that there's 2 types of hot tens. There's multiple types of hot tens. I shouldn't say there's 2 types. There's multiple types of hot tens. You know, people do hot tens based on, you know, movie characters, you know, toys, this and that. But in our world, there's 2 types of hot tens. There's hot tens based on speculation. What does that mean? That means you're creating a list. You're looking at what's coming out. You're looking at what's going on in comics, and you're saying, okay, I see it going this way. If it goes this way, I think this character is going to be important. Let's go find that first appearance, or let's go find where this happens in comics because we know that's going to go crazy. If this movie is being rumored to be made, we need a spec on this book, and it would shoot these prices up, you know, once people figured out why people were speccing on them. Then there's the list based on sales, right? So let's talk about the 4 channels that are doing what I consider speculation lists right now, like, you know, or the world, I shouldn't call them speculation lists. I'll call like digging lists or something, you know, I don't know what to call them, but the main 4 channels are Rennavision, House of Stein, Cover Price, and Comic Tom, which does the key collector list. So we'll say key collector list, right? Right. Out of those, what do you have? You have 2 that are based on speculation, which means, you know, looking at sales and also looking at what's coming and why something may be hot and moving that in the hot 10 based on that. Then you've got the key collector list and the cover price list, which are more based on sales. Now, key collector does have a little bit of speculation involved, but a lot of it's based on sales, and cover price is 100% based on sales. You know, eBay sales.
The show, they did a pretty good job over there. Yeah,
they're great. Yeah. So, you know, I think that's very important to talk about, and you know, there is a lot of channels out there doing hot 10 lists because it's easy content to create. And what I mean by that is there's 4 things that I think a lot of comic book content creators do. There's hot 10 lists or hot lists or top 10 lists, whatever you want to call it. There's pickups. There's talking about FOC, which was created by Simple Man Comics, which we'll talk about later, and market reports. Those are the 4 things that are really easy to do, and a lot of channels have been created out of it. My channel, Flipside, Simple Man's Comics, you know, Drunken Chat, like Drunken Chat was more just a hangout show. All those channels, Rennavision, all those channels were created on those type of things, right?
Right.
And it's easy to do. I'm not saying that like there's any shade on that. It's just when you do comic content, it's easy to do those types of content. Now, there's certain channels that do it good and have been doing it good for a while, so they're kind of stuck in having to do that. My channel being one of them. You know, I've done hot 10 content with Ben Steiniger for I don't know. Let me see here.
8 years, 9 years.
Yeah. Since 2019. Yeah. The beginning of August of 2019, I've been doing a hot 10 list with Ben Steiniger, right? Every Friday at 11 p.m. Eastern, which people hate sometimes 11:45 p.m. Eastern. We go on and we do a list, and he has been creating that list for a while, and
No, no, I don't want to just interrupt just real quick, man. That's the House of Stein that we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, if you guys are not familiar with House of Stein, I did get a chance to just watch it, a couple of the episodes, so I can kind of get familiar with it. And I got to say, man, like you're hitting on a couple of things there as far as the two types of lists. What spec lists and then data driven, where content creators could kind of create those lists. And I think what's important to point out too is that people do try to create the list, but the ones that are successful, like the ones that you mentioned, have either a chemistry or a history or something that makes them successful. In this case, when I was watching the House of Stein, a couple things I want to touch on is the chemistry that you have with the individuals that were on here. And I'll give you guys a real quick breakdown, man. Basically, there was a couple guys that were on the panel. You got Ben Stein, for one. That guy listens. He's kind of quiet. He's in the cut. He's kind of like the overseer, deep thought kind of a guy.
Yeah.
And then you have Red Hood Comics, man. This is a guy that I really enjoy. He's kind of like the humor side of the show, right? He's the guy that's going to bring you your humor, really funny, has really cool references, sick references. Matter of fact, I think I have something here for this guy right here. I think I do here. I'm pretty sure. Oh, where'd it go?
Red Hood, man. That's my guy.
Yeah, he does some
sick reference though, bro.
Oh, thanks, bud.
So Red Hood with the humor, right? Ben Stein, deep thought kind of guy. And then you have Yeezy Yee. This guy is the guy that you want as far as the knowledge, the smarts. He's kind of like that Jedi, that comic book guru. Like I say, he knows everything. So you have a real good mixture on the panel. And it's real funny. It's real knowledgeable. The chemistry is really good, man. And I think that's what you need in order to draw people in for a show that's just not going to be 5 minutes, 6 minutes, or 2 minutes where it's just the list, which you guys end up doing at the very end. But the way that you guys put it together, the structure, the chemistry brings people in. They want to hang out. It's like a hangout. You're getting to watch these guys talk comics, go over this list. And when you guys watch the show, it gets broken down a couple of ways. One thing they do, it's called Buy the Dip. Pretty cool, man. It's books that you can get for cheap, kind of like what he was talking about earlier about speculation stuff that's still fun, that you can still actually get, for cheap, that you're looking for, called Buy the Dip. Really cool segment. Another segment is the Almost Top 10. Why Almost Top 10? Not sure. Want to ask you that. Why do you call it the Almost Top 10? Is that something to do with the CBCSI?
So when we were doing the CBSI Hot 10 list on Flipside, I believe it was on Flipside where it started. We just wanted to add something to the show because at the time we were doing it on Flipside, I mean, there was 350 people in the live every
TV,
Friday.
right?
Yeah, it was crazy. And we just wanted to figure out a way to kind of extend the show and to give viewers a little bit more information. So one of the guys thought up, why don't you do like an almost list, and you can do it multiple ways. You can do books that are like hot, but just aren't hot enough to put on the main list. But more importantly, weird sales that you see throughout the week, or books that you find out about throughout the week that are like weird, cool books that people just don't know about yet. That, like weird first appearances. Yeah.
Yeah.
And to me, and a lot of people, that's the best part of the show.
Yeah. Can I give an example of that real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So, and I know this because I keep stats a certain way. You guys fuck with me enough. So, and Bryan will know this because this is a particular book. So within this year, I've made over $350 after eBay fees on like 4 books, and one of them being the one that I know that Bryan will remember will be the Punisher ESPN book. Okay, so that Punisher ESPN book, bro, I've had that book for a long time, and it's like $1 book in half price books. And when he put it on the high, I'm like, what the? I have that book. You know what I mean? I was like, wait, let me run down to the basement. I know
That's the
exactly
fun
where
part of
it's at.
speculating. Yeah, yeah.
Understood.
You immediately pull
Yeah,
out your
I pull it
shoebox.
up, right? And at the time, I believe we're right before or during the War of the Top 10. So it's like, it's kind of weird. And I take a picture and I send it to Brian. I'm like, hey man, thank you. Or after the top 10, I don't know, it don't matter. But that's why to me, those lists and the top 10 are important for our community, bro, because you can see a book on that list, know you have it, you're not attached to it, you don't care, and you can make some bread. Plain and simple. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that brings to the next segment, which is the hot 10. And then you do discuss the top 10 books, which in a cool fashion. I think the last one I saw you talking about Knuckles, which was kind of surprising that was on there. And then the quick hot top 10, or the quick hot 10, which kind of wraps it up quickly at the very end. Very cool, very funny. And I really enjoy the show. I would definitely check it out. Thank you, Lisa, for dropping the link there. It's where you can not only get your info, guys, but it's a cool hangout. You know, you're going to get good info, but the way they bring it to you, it's fun. It's actually entertaining. I'm not saying that other guys are not entertaining. I'm just saying that there's a reason why House of Stein and Brian's channel gets the views that they get, is because it's entertaining. It's good content. So yes, man, I just want to touch on that House of Steins. That's really cool show. Now, what a question that I had for you, and we'll get to them here because I do have 10 questions that I actually wanted to bring to you. Hot 10 questions that I want to go over in general. But one thing that was kind of just that's glaring is that you call him still a vision, which
Steal your vision. Yeah,
There we
steal
go.
your vision. Yeah.
still your vision. Yeah,
Yeah.
I hear that a lot. Now, is that because of the ultimatum that was made? And
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, not only that. Okay, so let me explain my relationship with Renna and Rennavision. It starts with a couple of relationships with a couple people. One being Pete Renna. So when Flipside started, we reached out. Okay, so when Flipside started, there was a sale made for the CBSI webpage. The original owner decided he wanted to get out of comics, and he sold CBSI to a guy named Ben Kalis, or Ben C, or Mellow Fellow, whatever you want to call him. He goes by Mellow Fellow, I believe. I call him Yellow Fellow.
so he sold the list.
He bought the CBSI brand, and with it came the CBSI website and the list, and at the time CBSI the website, you can still go to it. It hasn't changed one bit in the entire time it's been up. It's basically articles written by people who don't get paid or don't get anything. They're just doing it for the love of comics, and a hot 10 list on the side. And most people go to it for the hot 10 list just to see the list, and they don't have to watch the video. They can just go see the list. I think that's one thing that the House of Stein doesn't have right now. We don't have a place where you can just see the list, where for years to go see Stein's list, you could just go to CBSI and it's on the page now. So anyways, this guy buys CBSI. His name, I call him Yellow Fellow. It's Ben C or Mellow Fellow, what he sells under. And so at the time Flipsides started, we reached out to him and basically said, hey, we all come from the original CBSI message group, and we really rep CBSI. We wear it on our heart sleeve big time. You know what I mean? And we'd love to, really kind of brand ourselves CBSI. Is that going to be a problem with you? And he basically said to us, in the best way possible to put it is like, yeah, sure, I don't care about YouTube. I more care about how many people come to the website. YouTube doesn't mean anything to me. Like, do whatever you want. So we started a channel, and we branded it CBSI.
So at that point, you pretty much got the blessing. You're like, okay, well, we got the blessing, the verbal blessing to, and there was nothing written, right? You just reached out. It was kind of like a text or an email.
Yeah. And we're kind of like, acquaintances, with them, and, we talk to them and message back and forth and that type of deal. And he's closer to some people in the group than he is others, that type of thing. And so we basically create this channel, and it blows up. And at the same time, there's a couple of people that kind of like have been hired or been brought on to write for CBSI. One of them being Pete Renna. And Renna was just writing articles on CBSI, like, oh, these are cool, check these out. These are cool, check these out. That, articles here and there. So at some point, Ben C. Yellowfellow comes to us and says, hey, I would like to have some of my CBSI guys do some shows. Can you come up with some stuff? Well, Pete was smart enough to come up with like his own stuff, and he would film it, and he would do, it's basically the same thing that he does on his channel now, where it's, him sitting in his room and him talking about,
Right.
And so he would do that. And so we would host it on Flipside as a video, and then CBSI would link to it. And in Renna's article, it would link to the video.
Okay.
So everything kind of blows up. And I think at that time, Yellowfellow sees the value of YouTube now, right?
Right.
Well, what really made him see the value is another guy who was brought in as a writer at CBSI was a guy named Jack DeMeo, aka Bolo, right? Who now helps run Whatnot Comics division. Okay. And Bolo's a smart guy. He says, we got this top 10 list. There's this guy out there who's a small YouTube channel that is talking about your list. You should link up with him and just have him do the list on YouTube. And so Kalis says, yeah, okay, who is it? Well, it's this guy named Tom Garcia. So Comic Tom is probably like a 200 sub count at the time. Starts doing the list, 600 sub count, something like that. Wasn't a lot. He starts doing Stein's list. As a matter of fact, I even looked it up. This is kind of funny here. Check this out. So this is the first. I just shared screen with you. Yeah, this is the first one of the, this isn't the first, but this is one of the times that they were doing Stein's list. And you can see this is let me show you Tom. You can see Tom, how young Tom is. This is 2019, right? And right. So this is them going over Stein's list. So
wow. Before he started doing his own top 10 Comic Tom,
yeah,
right?
Before he started doing the Key Collector top 10,
right? The Key Collector, yeah,
yeah. So I mean, along with what Tom was doing, other content at the time, which is great. I mean, Tom's just a killer content creator. I mean, it wasn't the Hot 10 that blew him up. It helped bring people to his channel, but he was going to do good anyways, I imagine, is basically what I'm saying. But so
whatever list he was going to use. Yeah.
Top 10 Stein's list goes to Comic Tom, and it becomes this thing on YouTube, the top 10 list, right? Again, this is CBSI / Ben Steineger's list that he's been writing for 10 years now. And this, it's going great. And after, I don't know, a year or so, or I don't know how many months, maybe less than a year, there is a fracture in the relationship between Kalis and Comic Tom. And basically what I think it was that it was a something, how there's certain people that it's like a archetype, or like a something that a lot of people happens with a lot of people, where they always think people are talking shit about them, like even their friends, that type of person.
Ego's
it's
not
very
your ego.
toxic. Yeah, it's very a toxic type person, and but there's a certain personality that is heavy in, and I think that's what happened is, Yellowfellow thought Tom was trying to throw shade on them or, one up them or something. So he said, pull the list from him. So ultimately, Kalis pulls the list from Tom. Tom is smart and just immediately goes to Key Collector and starts doing Key Collector's top 10 lists, and the rest is history. So where is Stein's list going to go? So Bolo says, well, Bolo starts working with this guy named Simple Man's Comics.
Okay.
Simple Man's Comics is another universe that you don't probably know about, and I'm sharing the screen with you. And it's run by this guy named Brian Wood, aka Simple Man. And this is him and Jack doing the show. See, this is Simple Man on the left and Bolo on the right.
Using the CBSI logo and top 10 list. Got it.
Exactly. So this is where the Stein list goes next. And Simple Man, a great show, was one of the forefathers of YouTube comic book content. An original Flipside guy. He was with Flipside the first, 100 episodes of Flipside or 50 episodes of Flipside. He starts his own channel called Simple Man Comics. He's the guy that created the FOC show, right? Yes, the first guy to come up with Bolo. Bolo is the first guy to come up with the idea we need to key in on what's called a final order cutoff list.
If I may real quick, because I love paying homage. If I had a Mount Rushmore, Brian Wood is on it. That FOC show.
Yeah,
sorry, my bad. Little Darth over here. Sorry. So that's one of if I had a Mount Rushmore, he'd be on it. That FOC show, bro, is the reason why I didn't miss out on anything. Something's Killing the Children. That FOC list is the reason I know about second prints and third prints, and maybe take a chance on a few of them. A bunch of indie books, just real quick. Shout out to Brian Wood.
Yeah. So that's where the Hot 10 list goes next, right? Well, at some point, Brian Wood kind of was like, I got too much content that I'm creating. I just don't have time to do this. And it's kind of a pain in the neck because the way Stein does it is he throughout the week might take a look here and there, but he doesn't give you the full list until really late on Friday, which is just the way Stein does it. And I'm okay with it.
That's kind of cool, though, man. It puts a little intrigue behind it.
Right?
We're waiting for that list to come in, man.
Exactly.
So I'm creating. So like you have to create all your slides and get all your stuff, and that takes time, right? So it's hard to do all that in such a short period of time. So Wood was like, I just don't want to do it over here. Stein should actually be doing a show and at the time Stein's on Tales from the Flip Side. So Wood's telling the owner of CBSI, like, what, you should let the guy who writes this list do a show on it. He's already on Tales from the Flip Side. Let the Flip Side guys create a new show and on Friday nights and let them do their own list. So
light bulb.
That's exactly what happened on August of 2019. This is the very first Hot 10 show that me and Stein did together with an original Flip Side guy, John Z. And it throughout the years kind of, changed forms. We've had crazy co-hosts. Some of the original co-hosts were Mighty Mel V from Drunken Chat, who is a staple for OG in this world.
Now, does this take you back, Brian? Does this bring you nostalgia? Like, how do you feel looking at this video, man?
Oh, big time, dude. It's crazy because here's the other thing that a lot of people don't realize. Dude, I went head first into content creation when I started doing Tales from the Flip Side. And at the same time, I started doing a show called The Bogcast with my best friend, which is a totally different show. It's an interview show here in Phoenix where we would bring people live on, like That's Rogan cool. style, and we'd interview them. It was a totally different show, but I went full in to comic book and to content creation and learning how to create content. And that includes, I came up with all the like slides, the art, the intros, all the production behind it. I became the producer of everything at Tales from the Flip Side. And when I say everything, I mean the show on Rennavision called Tales from the Dark Side. That's me, right? I worked with Marco to come up with everything there. I came up with all the art. I came up with all the intros. I produced the first 20 or 12 episodes or whatever. So Comic Book Women, same thing. Modern Playbook, same thing. The Spec 10, same thing. All that stuff. I was the production guy. And I loved it, dude. I loved Tales from the Flip Side. I loved doing all that stuff. It was fun. It was during the pandemic. I had just quit my career of 15 plus years working in the space and defense industry. It was a crazy cool fun time. It was when I look at this, it's the most nostalgic. You know what I mean?
Is that probably the most fun you've ever had doing the list? Would you say is back in the day?
Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah. People don't realize, dude. Tales from the Flip Side
audio podcast as well. You can listen to it on audio podcast, and that's what I would do.
My guy Comics Embrace says we need the podcast back, Brian.
Yeah, I wish, dude. One day. I'm still. I talk to Keith almost every week. I'm sorry, almost every day, and I hope one day we'll get it. He kind of had to take a step back, and I understand why. He's got a lot of shit going on in his life. So, but yeah, it was a lot of fun, dude. So I went headfirst in, and we started doing the Stein list over there, and we've been doing it every Friday since 2019. So, fast forward, at some point in like 2022, there's a fracture that happens at Tales from the Flip Side. It kind of blows up. Couple groups leave. Rennavision stops doing stuff over there. At some point, Renna started his own channel, and he would host the video at both places. So he had something to fall back on. So Rennavision.
Right, so he would do the same list.
Not the list. He wasn't doing the list yet. He was just doing videos.
Dollar bin digging, variant, hard to find variants, ghost type books. He did toys. I mean, to his credit, he had his lane and has his lane, respectfully so, right? So that should be said. So he had he did his thing, and that goes to the point where how Brian's about to say they all went over there. It was like sanctuary from Flipside and shit.
So yeah. So when Flipside kind of blew up, Rennavision had something to fall back on. Okay. I went and created my own channel called Beyond Wednesdays. At first, it was called The Amazing, just because I didn't have a name yet. I couldn't figure out a name, so I just threw something up there. And then Stein, the reason that Flipside blew up caused some waves in the whole content group. It caused the yellow fellow, the owner of CBSI, to really hate Flipside. And so he basically told Stein that, I don't want you to do the show on the channel anymore. And Stein kind of realized that he needed to create his own channel, because if he's going to do work for something, he should see some type of not monetary rewards, but rewards period. Like, oh, this is cool. I have this channel that I've built, because he never got paid for the list. The yellow fellow never paid him for anything. He's been doing it for, 10 years. So Stein said, okay, if you're going to give me this ultimatum, I'm at least going to start my own channel. And Flipside guys knew. They understood. Shout out to Dino, who is the guy who owns the Flipside channel name. And he's like, I'm still real cool with him. He was on the show last night. Really good dude. So anyways, the breakup happens. And so Stein starts his own channel where we're just going to do the Hot 10 list every Friday. And Stein will do, different card breaks and whatever else he wants to do on there. And I created my own channel. I took the shows that I was working on and creating and hosting, I just did on my channel, which were Modern Comic Mayhem, and a new show I created on Wednesday nights, which is what I have now.
Right.
So
Wednesday night review. Yep.
Yep. And that was fun for a while. And we started doing the Hot 10 together, me and Stein on his own channel, and we're still with CBSI. A year or two goes by, And
You had the blessing, right?
we had the
Originally.
blessing. And at this time, I started realizing that the guy who owns CBSI he's one of those guys that like I'm talking about that always thinks somebody's talking shit about him. I used to have to talk him down from the ledge every fucking week on Flipside because he would be pissed at thinking somebody's talking shit about him and I was the only guy that would talk to him at Flipside because all the other Flipside guys were like, I don't want to talk to him.
Yeah,
I was the only guy that was willing to talk to him because all those other guys were like, I can't do it, And at the time we thought that was a big deal. We really still had that love with CBSI, even though the guy who owns it is a douchebag. We still want to rep CBSI. And I had that, but I started realizing that this guy was, I caught him. He wanted us to put, to call the Flipside channel, CBSI apostrophe S Tales from the Flipside, CBSI's Tales from the Flipside, which shows ownership, right?
Right.
And we had a lawyer on who was on part of the crew, and he immediately was like, "You guys don't want to do that. Like that's not a good thing."
Yeah, that's
And
smart.
so we kind of told them, "Hey, man, we just don't want to do that, but we'll still call it CBSI Presents Tales from the Flipside. We just don't want to do the apostrophe S." And he fucking lost it, and it kind of showed me like this guy's not on the up and up, in my opinion. And then he straight up told me that, I said to him, I go, we're not going to do that, but we'll still, do the CBSI show, and we'll still show love. The Hot 10 is CBS, all CBSI. What do you want us to do for that? And he goes, I need you to, anytime you mention the CBSI Hot 10, you make sure, or the Hot 10, or anything about Hot 10, you make sure to put hashtag CBSI in front of it, because that's how I get my ownership on it. And I was like the light bulb popped in my head. I'm like, bro, you just outed yourself. Like, what the fuck? You got mad about us saying that, oh, that's not what it means. And you just told me. So immediately, like that relationship in my head started to decay. And then I started getting tips from people telling me like, there's some fuckery going on with a variants that this guy is creating, and people there's rumors about this and this, and
what actually now, was there anything to that, Brian, or were you just using that to fuck with the guy?
No, there was 100%.
Oh,
I mean,
nice question. Oh shit,
there was 100% shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna to talk shit about a guy, or if there's not like a good reason to. I don't consider myself that type of person. You know what I mean? But like you said, anytime that there's shots taken at you, you feel a way, especially a man. We feel a way, and it's how long we feel that way for. Now, there's certain things that are you do this, and I feel this way. I'm never going to give you any credit or anything anymore.
Give me a little background as far as that print run issue. So, what was the limit supposedly, and what do you say?
I don't remember exactly what it was, but I think it was something along the lines of like there was only supposed to be 500 of each book, and something along the lines of he said everything sold out, and then all of a sudden he's got tens of copies and hundreds of copies over a certain period of time. He's selling on his Whatnot sales, and
like the old Spawn. The old Spawn.
Yeah, bro.
Awesome.
And they were on eBay. They were on eBay, and they were selling, bro. Like I think, and that's when like
$500 a piece. Yeah, they were hot, and they were on the Hot 10 list. Yeah. And it was kind of weird. Like we're talking about a book that this guy created, and it kind of felt like some fake pump and dump shit. And I was like, listen, just so you guys know, don't call me. I'm not pumping this book. And here's what I've been hearing. Like that was kind of like me coming out. What Darth is talking about, where I talked about it. Yeah. It's kind of like me coming out saying, hey, I'm not pumping this book. None of us are pumping this book over here. This is what we think about it. That was kind of like being honest and having character and having respect for the community. So
Aggressively Relaxing says, can you believe this guy was looking out for himself while you were just, I think incorrectly, I think he was trying to say, repackaging his content. What an asshole.
Yeah. I mean, So that what happened, what ended up happening is I take a couple shots at Yellowfellow, in these drama alerts, what
Okay.
what those shots are, but they were honest stories, what rumors I was hearing behind the scenes. Like that's people that were around at the time know that.
Yeah, because calling somebody out for, print run when they're, that's fucking with somebody's money. Let's be
Yeah,
honest here, man.
100%.
So then
100%.
at that point, it does become a different
Yeah.
type of level of beef.
So I understood why. So he at first said to Stein, he gave him an ultimatum and said, "Hey, McClay's got to go. I want you to put Renna in there." Ooh. And Stein, like a real fucking mensch, said, "No, I'm not going to do that. Like, McClay has been with me since day one of doing the show together. He does all the production. He puts in a lot of work on it. And if McClay's not doing it, I'm not going to do it." And there was a relationship between Steiniger and Yellowfellow that was good enough to where Yellowfellow was like, "Okay, if you feel that way so much, Stein, I'll let you continue to do it." And I tried to reach out to Yellowfellow and kind of, end the, on the phone. I'm a phone guy, when when anything happens. I want to call somebody, talk about it, let's hash it out. And it didn't go good, man. It went really bad. We were yelling at each other. And it was bad. And at some point, Stein said, told him that. And he called me back and said, "Hey, I'm just going to let Stein do what he wants to do. And I made a deal with him. I'm not going to take any shots at you on your own show. But my channel is my channel." And okay, that's fine. So I didn't take any shots at CBSI while doing a CBSI show. That just wouldn't look good. That's not cool.
Sure.
And so I agreed to that. But, on my own channel, I'm going to speak my mind, So something else came up and I talked about it, and, another ultimatum came, and it was the last straw. And he had been wanting to put Rennavision in that role for a long time. And Pete had really wanted to do the Hot 10 on his channel. And at the same time, over at Rennavision, there's this guy that's like the number 2 over there, this guy named Marco, who I Flipside brought into the content world to do the Star Wars show. And so I start working with we're going back again to Flipside days. I start working with this dude Marco to do this show called Tales from the Dark Side. Me and Marco seems like a cool dude. He's part of like one of the core groups of people that started talking when we would, do production and come up with ideas. He would be on the phone calls, and he seemed like a cool dude. And I would work with him to create all these Tales from the Dark Side shows and ideas and stuff. And he turned out to be this fake alpha, type of personality, and really cheesy. And he did some really crazy shit one night where he got all wasted and came on the channel and just totally wrecked this dude's whole existence. There was this guy who was into what was those like NFTs for comics back in the day, Vivi, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And this guy was totally into him, and he had sold his collection and gotten into all these fucking things. And he only had a small collection of comics, and he was talking about how great they were, and he was explaining it to us. And he even gave like Kyle money to get into it. It was like a cool, interesting thing. And Marco jumps on wasted and just starts telling this guy like how fake all this shit is, and da 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 da. And it was bad. And this guy ended up telling us, like, just so you guys know, because of that, I'm completely out of the hobby. That was so disrespectful. I mean, the guy quit comics because of it. It was bad. So the guys at Flipside are like, fucking get this guy off the channel. So we kick him off the channel. And he goes over to Rennavision and he starts doing stuff at Rennavision. Well, he obviously now doesn't like that, right?
If I may, just for humor and just for drama, right? Just for drama, just for the aspect of that is the guy who plucked me from the live chat and gave me my shot on YouTube, bro. Funny. I mean, it is fact, and that's what I love about Bryan when we talk about it. That just is what it is,
Now,
right?
now
So-
did that list?
Yeah.
Was it Marco or Pete? How did they reach out to
Oh,
get
the list.
list?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for keeping me on track. Okay, so the final ultimatum comes. Pete wants the list. I'm sure Marco has some type of thing into him where he's like, yeah, fuck that guy. Get the list from him, that type of thing. He already did it with one show. He plucked my best friend, one of my best friends, a guy named Kyle, who I was doing a show with. He kind of got in his ear and convinced him to come over to the Rennavision. So he already plucked one guy from me, and I'm sure he was kind of like, that's kind of obviously like a shot. I'm gonna pull somebody from your channel who's your friend.
Yeah.
And me and Kyle have buried the hatchet, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But so, anyways, I'm sure there was something there. So, K-List, the guy owner of CBSI, gives the list to Renna. Now, here's where all the craziness happens. Right at this moment,
Here we go.
I don't care about me doing the show or me doing the Hot 10 or anything like that. To be honest, like, it would have sucked because I feel like I'm really close to Stein. He's a good friend, and we've been, doing this show together every week for, a long time now, since 2019. And we've created a good relationship, and it would suck, but it would just be one less show that I got to worry about. Right. And so it wouldn't have been like terrible for me not to be on the show anymore, but it would suck. Well, at least Stein was like, no, we're going to create our own channel. So I was like, okay, great. But I got mad, not because of me. I got mad because of how they treated Stein. You know what I mean? Like, one, it would have been fine for Renna to like reach out and be like, hey, do you, if he reaches out to me, that's great. I don't care though if I'm not part of it, but he should have at least reached out to Stein and had a conversation with him and said, hey, Kalis is offering me the Hot 10. He wants me to do the Hot 10 on my channel. I want to do it. Do you guys mind? And I know, I'm 100% certain that not only me, but Stein would have been like, no fucking problem. I would have said, just don't do the same format that we do, out of respect, and just change up the art, change up all the art and how you do it. That would be great. And I'm sure Stein probably wouldn't have cared either way. Just reaching out to him would have been a good thing, but that didn't fucking happen. What ended up happening is we hear that, they're going live and they're doing a show. It's the exact same format, the exact same night, right before us on the exact same night.
Right.
And not only that, they steal the almost 10 list, which they were calling in their group chats, from what I hear, the almost 10 list. Like that, to me, that is disrespect towards Stein, right? So I got really mad about that, and I started taking shots. I started calling him steal your vision. And at the same time, bro, there was all these rumors about Renna being known as a content thief. He had been called out by, like 4 other channels for stealing ideas.
If I may
time
use
they
that,
stood up for him.
just for content, if I may. So being on the other side, and behind the scenes, we were told that they had a conversation, Pete and Ben, right? Now,
Never.
I never really talked to like, when I would talk to HR, I didn't, a lot of that wouldn't come up sometimes. And I didn't have a relationship with Pete like that, where we would talk, chat, whatever. It was really come and go here and there about books or whatnot, whatever the case may be. But just in fairness, because from that side, and everybody that was on that squad was told that Ben and Pete had a conversation. And I do remember Pete saying that at one point, whether it was on TAC or wherever it was at, he'll mention it. Now, the thing with Rennavision is they never wanted to respond, right? So once Bryan starts going off, doing, just being bombarded, like they did not want to respond. They were like, they asked, hey, fellas, look, we don't want drama. We don't like it. Yada, yada, yada. Don't respond. Let him do his thing, whatever the case may be.
Yeah,
right?
let him whatever. Gotcha.
Yeah, let them, whatever, whatever the reasoning was, that's just how they played it. And that's what it was. I mean, I remember even getting in trouble
Gotcha.
because Bryan was letting off.
Let me interject if I
Yeah,
can.
yeah, go ahead.
So what I'm getting, Bryan and Darth, is that there was a group in chat. This is probably a good time to chime in the comments here. What I'm getting at is that it sounds like there was a group that were individuals that were together with this list from the beginning. It wasn't just one or two individuals. There was multiple people that were involved, multiple shows, if you will, that were working off the same list. There was a blessing that was given from the main person who owned the list and the website. This group of people, Bryan, Pete, Renna, and others, used this list as content for their top 10. That was their go-to top 10. Bryan doesn't own it. Pete didn't own it. They were just given the list to use. So
yeah,
what happens is,
real quick, aggressively relaxing says these motherfuckers started stealing the same thing I was stealing. Well, that's completely wrong because the list was written and created by Ben Steiniger since day one. It wasn't a CBSI list. He put it on CBSI for them, but the list was created by the homie that I was doing the show with since day one. So nobody was, if anybody was stealing, it was the other people that were doing the show, but I wouldn't say they were stealing. They were, the okay was given by Steiniger to do the show based on his list. So me or Stein were never stealing. Stein was always the one that created the list since day one.
Let me ask
I would be upset too if I was in this group of individuals that was privy to this list. All of a sudden now, right, for whatever drama happened, whatever issues we've had, now all of a sudden this list is being shown live with another person that I worked with without me being told about it, without even somebody sitting an instant to me about like, hey, Razor, just a heads up, man, I'm going to be using the list. I got the okay. I just want to make sure you're aware of it. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing with the list. But there was nothing that was communicated to Bryan, as far as I'm aware, as far as what he's explaining. And that's where, that's where he got upset. As grown men, I can understand that. If you work with somebody, a group of people, you build a bond with, whether it's your list or not, technically, once the okay is given that you're no longer a part of this core, this group that uses this content, that's that we're all reading, that we're all picking up on, that we're using it to buy books, to speculate, to make money, there is some feelings that are hurt because you no longer have that list. It's now going to somebody else. You weren't even told about it. You're seeing it live on somebody's channel. What the fuck? So I get it. I totally understand how I would be upset. Now, I'll be honest with you, Bryan. I don't necessarily think that guy was stealing the list. I think that he ended up happened to be the one with the list.
I've never said that Renna stole the list. Okay, because he's writing it now. That's the list that he's creating. He's writing. He never stole the list. What I'm saying is that he's biting content, right? Now, that's a big deal in the content world. You're going to hear that so often. You're going to see that's a big deal. Biting content is a problem. And Rennavision has been called out for that multiple times. Like, listen, we all bite content to some degree. And that's why, when you asked to talk about the hot 10s and doing content on hot 10s, and I'm like, hey, you got to realize, like, that's something that everybody does now. And at the time that the CBSI Hot 10 was getting hot on YouTube, nobody was doing it. Like, you know what I mean? Nobody was doing hot 10 lists at the time. That was the list. That was
Yeah,
the
and I have some
original.
questions regarding that. My hot 10
Yeah.
questions here in a minute. But
Yeah.
Steven Spielberg took a break from making some movies. Yes, so Ben Stein didn't own the list at all.
Well,
No,
I
he
don't
helped
know what
create
you
the
mean by
list,
owning
correct,
it.
Brian?
Like he wrote and created it. Okay.
Right.
He never
But
got paid for writing it. He did allow CBSI to put it on their website, but I don't know about owning it. The only thing that CBSI owns is that logo and putting that logo on the list. They don't own anything else, in my opinion. Stein never signed any contract with anybody, nothing like that. I mean, you got to remember, this is all like friends creating a website. So no, in my opinion, nobody owned anything. And I'm not calling Renna a thief, a thief for stealing the list. I call him a thief for stealing content, for not being able to come up with his own content, right?
yeah,
And
that's different. Yeah,
and now
definitely.
let me tell you though why this all is a thing for me. Okay. I wouldn't give two shits about any of this up until this point. Like, this was never a thing that I would bring out into the open and really care about, go on to somebody else's show to explain, until this happened. So I start getting contacted by people on social media accounts asking me, hey, why is this person contacting me and talking all this shit about you and saying how much of a bad person you are? I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, okay, and I started telling these people, hey, do me a favor, send me what they're saying.
Yeah.
And it was people at Rennavision. I'll name the people that I remember right now. It was Matt from Absolute Geek, or SNS, Brucifer, Double O, and there was one other guy that I can't remember right now, that were the main culprits. And they were contacting people and saying the dumbest shit, bro. And here's how I know that this is coming from Marco, okay? I would be told from sources within Rennavision at the time that people still don't know about who they are, that Marco was telling people that, like, I'm on welfare, I don't own my house, I steal money from old people, I live in my parents' basement, like this weird shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are these messages to these people? And here's the people that they're contacting. Like, anybody that's sticking up for me in a message about Rennavision or a message about the Hot 10 Wars, anybody that's sticking up for me, they're contacting with DMs and saying, hey, did you know that Bryan McClay is a racist? Did you know he's a homophobe? Did you know that he steals from old people, that he doesn't own his house? Like, weird shit. And once I started hearing the steal from old people, and I was like, okay, I know where this is coming from. And that's fucked up. That's like the fuck shit. That's the gay ops, the underground bullshit that can really fuck with some people's world.
Livelihood.
I,
Yeah.
I don't want people to think I'm a racist. I don't want people to think I'm a homophobe behind the scenes. My reputation is something that I hold very dear. And ever since I started creating content, my name is out there. Everything about me you can find, and I am in the open. I'm 100% honest with everything to a fault. I don't want to be known for doing fucked up shit.
Why
I
would you
don't
go on
steal
the
money
offensive
from.
like that though? Why would you make up,
I think it's because I was
just
going
to
so hard on them. Dude, I was doing things, and I still do it every once in a while.
Yeah,
Making videos, with their heads on it, and talking shit about them, and I made stickers that said, like, steal your vision with their logo, and gave them away. Comic Con.
If I may, this is where I think I could add a little pizzazz, because there's a part of me that I like a certain part of this community, right? Battle content, homeboy. Let me just say it. So I'm over there on that side, and I'm watching these clips every fucking morning, bro. Of just, and you got to understand how I feel. Like, I like doing this, man. I like hanging out, and we exaggerate, and this is all love, and this is all content. And now I look at the thrill of it, right? And I'm over there watching Brian just constantly bombard the channel. the people I roll with, I rock with. Marco gave me a shot. Let me talk Star. You know what I mean? Talk Star
So he
Wars.
got underneath the guy's skin to the point where he's just
Well,
talking
but he
shit.
was
saying,
like,
this
"Look, I'll
fucking
tell you
guy
this.
doesn't even own his house,
You
and
know,
he's fucking racist."
Look, let me
Wow.
tell you this much because I got to stay ethical within it, right? Within my own, right? So there's certain things it is what it is. But I remember telling him, yo, bro, he's fucking lighting you up. He's lighting you and Pete up, bro. This is what's going on. Blah, 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 right? And who cares? I go, bro, and why do you, he was a big he's an alpha male, fuck it. It is what it is, right? And I would have to pump him down, like, hold on.
Yeah.
Like there's a line, right? Even for this fucking YouTube shit, you want to call it keyboard warrior, whatever. There's a line that when a man calls you a bitch, calls you a thief, just questions your character, and you're just gonna let it slide and say,
a little puto.
right, and you're just gonna let it slide and not even respond. The optics of that, how it looks the way it looks to this day. Now, when Bryan says Stillavision, people somewhat know who they are. So for Marco and Pete, at least not to defend themselves, is what I didn't like, right? Like I can't get into like that's their thing.
There's Matt from Absolute Geek right there.
Now,
you can pull that
let
up.
me just interrupt you for a minute, Darth. I apologize, man.
No.
If you guys have not watched my show on Sundays, the reason why it's called Ceasefire Sunday, and why is that? Coming from somebody like this who talks a lot of shit, causes a lot of drama. The reason why I created the show called Ceasefire Sunday on Sunday, revolving around football and comic books, is so that way people can come together.
It's time to go to war right now, though. Okay.
We can squash beefs that are going on in the comic book community. We can talk about it without yelling at each other, without cussing at each other. And if something is being said on the other side that is not being agreed for Rennavision or anybody else that's involved, if you want to come on the panel, I'd be more than happy to drop a link in the chat. But nobody else, only those individuals are welcome to jump on. And you can talk about it here. We can squash it. We can hash it out. We'll hug it out, man. We'll talk about it. But this is something that I do in order to try to bridge that gap. Hopefully, we can squash some beefs. But we try to keep it positive. If you're going to come on here in the panel and you're going to start taking shots and start talking shit, whether it's anybody else, whether it's Bryan, whether it's somebody else, I'm going to remove you. Because that's not what this is about. We're not about talking shit about
fair game,
attacking about people. This is Bryan's side. If you want to explain your side, I'll drop the link. You can come on. You'll have your opportunity.
So there's Matt.
Sorry, Bryan. I just wanted to make sure that all of the show understand what the whole format's about.
Okay, so there's Matt from Absolute Geek. Okay, Matt, pop the chat and grow some balls and come on. Now, if you're talking about the Jeffrey Albertson thing, we already know about that Jeffrey Albertson thing. Okay, so don't, come on, Matt. We're supposed to do this respectfully. You're not liking what you're hearing. Grow some balls and come on the chat right now and speak your piece. But you won't
I
do
don't
that.
know who Absolute Geek Podcast is.
That's
He's
Matt.
one of the guys. Yeah, he's one of the guys. When I said there was one of the guys, when I named the people, one of the people that were doing the fuck shit behind the scenes, that's one of them. That's that Matt guy.
And Bryan will confirm this in our whole conversation. So after we didn't want to have to do this now. After the eulogy, when me and Bryan started communicating, Bryan knows that every fucking single time I spoke highly of Matt.
Yeah.
About that was my guy over there. That I was more pissed off at Kyle than anything. So for Matt to come on here and be a little coward that he is, and not talk about that Jeffrey Albertson, we already know that Jeffrey Albertson, because that's, you know what I mean? I had no allegiance to McClay prior to the eulogy. My allegiance to McClay and all of it was flip side related. Love for the comic book community. You want to know why I like B so much? Because they have the balls to take a shot at a guy with no YouTube channel. So that's why I really get into beef and I like it. And I I'm one to admit I love it. Let's go. Let's roll. Battle content. So Matt, he would gladly put the link in the chat and you could come on and give your side, but you won't do it because Marco will get mad at you and Pete will get mad at you.
And I want you guys to know that I am trying to definitely keep it non-biased. for as far as my opinions. Now, you heard me earlier talk about as far as the stealing of the list, and Bryan even says he doesn't think that he stole the list. He thinks that he's a content stealer. You know, that's where the stealing is coming from. I get
just
that. That's different than stealing the list.
Yeah, to break it down real quick, there's been 3 writers of the CBSI Hot 10 list, okay, since it's been started since way back in the day. The first 6 of them was Trey Kenyon. The next 10 years or whatever was Ben Steiniger. And ever since the break between Steiniger, me, and CBSI, Renna has been writing the list. Which is great, and people still go to CBSI. That's one thing that I think that we're going to do with Stein is figure out a way to put the list on a website or on a page so people don't have to watch a video for it. We started doing a quick 10 that I'm cutting, and I'm putting in chapters at the end of the show so people can just jump to the quick 10 so they don't have to hear us talk about everything.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
You want that quick, just that tidbit of info. Some of us don't want to stay for the whole community hangout. We just want to know.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this, Bryan. Are you having fun still doing the top 10 after all this beef, after all this shit that's happened, man? Is this something that you're still enjoying doing after all this bullshit?
Oh yeah, you know this, and other content creators know this. You don't make money doing this. It costs you money to do this. The only people that are making money doing comic book content are people like Comic Tom, who and people who are have and much love to Comic Tom for doing it. No shade on him. He's figured out the game. He's getting paid outside of it. You don't make money being a 3,000 sub channel with 2K views per 1 to 2K views. You just don't. I make probably $300 a month, but I pay out $400 in fees and stuff I use for the show. So
yeah, StreamYard, all the shit that you have to pay for your monthly shit.
Premiere, the time that it takes to do all this. And I'm basically the when it comes to my channel, for certain channels they have a lot of people coming up with the content. For my channel, 90% of the content is me, and then thank God I have co-hosts that come on and create great conversation through those topics and through that content, which is what I love, dude. And I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't love doing it. And it's become like my comic shop visit every Wednesday afternoon, or when you used to go to the bar on Friday nights to your little local dive bar. And that's what my shows and my channel and the shit that I do every week has become. And I love, and then I meet these great friends. I wouldn't have met you if I didn't do this shit. At some point we're going to be going and getting lunch once a month and hanging out. And fuck yeah, dude, when I go to San Diego every year, it's a blast because I'm hanging out with all my friends and I'm seeing all these cool people. So I fucking love it even more. I'm very nostalgic of the Flipside days. Very nostalgic.
Yeah, man, that's my favorite time.
Yeah, but I love what I'm doing now more.
Good time just to get into the questions, and then we can come back into those days. So if you don't mind, man, let's get into these questions. We already covered a couple of them, so I apologize, but I don't mean to interrupt you. But let's go ahead and get some of these questions covered out of the way, because we did already cover a couple of them. So let's do this.
That you intend to ask us each 10 questions.
10 questions. We already went through a couple of them. These are the Razor top 10 questions. The not so hot 10. The not so hot top 10 questions. We already covered a couple of them. If you're still enjoying doing the show, sounds like you are, man. When you guys are up there with Red Hood, you guys are having fun, having a good time. It's fun. It's good content. Now, one thing I heard you talking about on your show was rarity versus keys. There was a question that popped up to you when you were talking slabs with Ben Stein and a couple of others. Which would you rather have when it comes to collecting? Would you rather have that rare, 10-cent gold, golden age book that you've never heard of, that's that rare key, not even a key, just a rarity, right? Or would you rather have like that key, that first black suit Spider-Man, the whole, 180, whatever? Would you rather have the key or the rarity? And you have a really good opinion. It was interesting to me the way that you leaned, whether you rather have that rare, hard to find, you never heard of, golden age, whatever you call it, or that classic key. And you said you would rather have
rarity. Yeah, all day, every day. I love the rare books. The keys are fun and yeah, but the keys are you can find them. You can't find a punch 12. You can't find this. Good luck finding this. Where how are you
Let me
going
make
to find
that big. Hang on. Let's show that again.
Yeah.
What is that? The hell is that?
This is a Spanish a counterculture comic where they, I'm one thing that I'm very open with in my world is I used to be a former heroin addict. I was a heroin addict for a long time, and the only thing that I really keep in my world from that's of that is I collect drug comic books. I think that they're interesting. I love finding like innuendo covers about drugs and stuff. This is straight in your face, and it's a Disney character. You know what I mean? So, and that's what I love, bro. I love the rare shit. So
yeah. So that's interesting. So you'd rather have something like that than the first, black suit Spider-Man or whatever.
Yeah.
Wow.
All day, every day.
Me, man. Because I'd rather have the keys. I'm the guy like I want to have, I would want to be able to stack up the keys and this is the first appearance, and because to me those seems like they're going to hold value over time in the long run, that you can always get, people are going to want those keys no matter what. The resell on those, they're still going to hold up. For those rarity, you got to find a niche group of collectors that are looking for those type of books. So it's interesting that that's the route that you would go. Where somebody like me, I want to have a book that, hey, I might be able to always flip to a broader audience than a more smaller niche group who's looking for that, specific book that no one knows about.
Yeah.
So, now let me ask you, man. Honestly, there's so many goddamn top 10 lists, right? There's so many people with different lists that use different resources, Key Collector, Cover Price. And I watch Cover Price. They actually do a pretty good job over there with their lists. Is there one that, other than yours, right? Let's put yours off to the side. Let's take yours off the table. Okay. Is there another list that's above the others that you say, other than my list, this is the top 10 list that I think is above the others?
Yeah. I rock pretty heavily, and people that watch my content know this. I rock pretty heavily with Cover Price and Key Collector. I love Nick at Key Collector. I consider him a internet friend, or I've talked to him on the phone, or I haven't met him in person yet, but I can get a hold of him and I can call him and we shoot the shit, and he comes on my show anytime I ask him. He's a good dude, and I like his app. I like what it's become. I think people give it a bad reputation and don't realize how important it is. And I think he's doing a good job. So I like that. I really fuck with the Cover Price list heavily. That's where I get all my information from for the House of Stein Hot 10. We're very good friends, Stein and I, with one of the creators of the Cover Price website, Matt DeVoe. John's a really good guy too. Those are the two creators of Cover Price. I talk to them on the regular. They're very close to they always help Stein any way they can, and have a ton of respect for Stein in the list. So those two, I love the Key Collector / Comic Tom stuff, and I love Cover Price stuff. And I can say that because the House of Stein, Cover Price, and the Key Comic Tom list are different lists.
Yeah.
No, they're not. And smart people, just like anybody else, you use every tool that's available to you to get your job done. And smart people that are in the speculation world or want to learn about comics that's what Hot 10 lists are good for. They're a great place for you to learn about comics when you go out digging. Okay, I see that book. Let me put it in my mind bank. And if I'm going through a thing and I could say, okay, this is a key. Let me go see what's it usually sell for. Oh, this is for now. I can get it for less here. That's the important thing about Hot 10 lists. It gives you that knowledge. It doesn't give you like the super deep knowledge, but you'll learn that after later. And I think that there were so many people that were coming into the industry or into the hobby during the pandemic that were getting reacquainted with it, that those type of things help them huge in a major way.
Yeah. Now, earlier you were talking about there's two types of lists, basically, right? The speculation lists, and then there's the data-driven lists. Now, I was mentioning that I watched some of these top 10 lists, and I'll be honest with you, I'm more drawn towards the speculation side, the people that create lists, and I'll mention a couple of them. I think what's the guy name here? The Comic Book Corner 2.0. He does not a top 10, but a most anticipated books that are coming out, books that he thinks that are cool, that he's looking to read. Also, one that's probably not on the radar of some people, but Bruce and Stephanie. Bruce from Bruce and Stephanie does a list where he gives books that he thinks are going to be hot. His kind of list that he puts together, and I think that's a really cool idea. That it's a list that he thinks is his spec list, and to me that takes just a little bit more of, I don't want to say balls, but you're putting yourself out there. You're saying this is how I think it's going to hit. You're not using data that's already been collected in books that are already out there and saying, "Oh, here's a list of hot books." You're saying, "Here's a list of books that I think that might hit. Maybe they won't. This is what I think." If you don't like it, fuck it. If you do, great. That's more of the content that I lean towards than the data driven. And I know you were saying something that's kind of the two different. The two different types of channels. Is that something that you try to incorporate in your show do you think about that? Like, hey, I'm going to use, not only data that's out there, but I'm also going to give, what I think and what others think are going to be hot books. Is that something that you just, automatically include because you're conscious of that?
Well, yeah, I think that's just, if you watch my channel, that's just comes up in shows. One thing that I will say, if there's anybody out there that hasn't watched the Pro Spec 10 lists shows on Tales from the Flip Side, back during Tales from the Flip Side, we came up with a show called the Pro Spec 10. And what that basically means is we had a group of pro speculators, people like Mr. Longshort, Phil Lee at Vintage Comics and Toys, Blue Green Artifacts Tony, Dollar, Richie Taylor, aka Dollar, aka Spec Media, Red Hood, like all these major speculators that were the best in the game. And we would have them we'd all get together and we would come up with a list every week of those crazy books that people don't know about. And we did that. It was one of the best shows at Tales and Flip Side. So if you guys get a chance, anybody out there, go watch those. There's a playlist available on Tales from the Flip Side called Pro Spec 10 List. And we created shows around that idea, Razor, of what are the books that we should be picking up now that in 6 months to a year are going to be the hot books. That was what Tales from the Flip Side was created on. So if you just watch my content, that's the type of stuff that you're going to find out about. And I think a lot of content that have broken off from Tales from the Flip Side, that's the type of stuff that they talk about. So
yeah, man, that's enjoyable.
I love that stuff.
Can I just jump in here real quick?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I prefer the what's hot right now list. Right, I prefer the top 10 books that are hot at the moment because you got a chance to go find them. I don't quite do that no more than I don't have time. But for a collector that wants to flip and maybe get a bigger book, start selling books to get a grail, whatnot, that's where that top 10 comes in handy, because how else would anybody know if a second print of a Champions was on fire because of rarity, or a 1 in 25 of an Avengers run from 2011 is $150 book because of rarity, blah, blah, blah.
Very good point. Very good point.
That's the type of That's what I look for when I look at these top tens. Not on speculating for the MCU, because to me that's burnt out and that's been there and done that. You know what I mean? And as a viewer, I know people would like to shit on top 10 lists. And I'll say this to all of them: then do your own. They come up with your own format, then do your own numbers, and get you a panel, and go on YouTube and do it yourself, and we'll all watch.
Well,
right?
that was going to be one of the next questions that you led into, Darth. Bryan, is spec dead?
Smoke break.
Smoke break.
Okay, so I don't think spec is 100% dead, but it is fucking on life support, man. And here's why I'll say this. Back 5, 6, 7 years ago, you could speculate on a book and hear about a book, a hot book, go find it and have 3 months to flip it and make profit off of it. Okay. You had time to it would slowly heat up, and if it would heat up really fast, it would stay up for a little bit, for a little bit of time, and it wouldn't immediately drop, and most of the spec back then was based on, like hot movie properties, what things were optioned, where do we think they're going in, the next Avengers phase, that type of stuff. So
there was time to get the book before the movie came out and all that good shit.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy speculating on Star Wars spec, Ahsoka, Heir to the Empire stuff. Any new character in a Star Wars book was specced on majorly, and they would immediately shoot up to, $100 plus books, and they would stay there for a while, right? Well, a lot of that spec that was based on like movie stuff and what was coming in movies and would get crazy hot died because the movies weren't fucking good. You know what I mean?
Don't talk about my Marvel like that.
Yeah, Kamala Khan books were so fucking hot, they've lost 90% of their value. Every Star Wars book lost 90% of their value. All the Young Avengers stuff, well, hopefully now they'll jump back up because it just got announced that Young Avengers is happening. But all the Young Avengers stuff died. The Riri stuff completely died. Even the Miles stuff, which to me was the best playable spec, is dying. It's lost 50% or more, 70% of its value. So that's a problem right there. Second, nowadays, people are speccing on different things like cool covers, rarity. They're speccing a little bit more on what's happening in comics rather than what's happening in movies.
And I don't want to interrupt you, but you made a point on your show the other night, which was very interesting to me. And it has me actually searching. And not only you, but Lisa Noble, who I follow on Instagram, she is one of these ones that are into these Kickstarters, always promoting these Kickstarters. And you made an interesting point that's kind of like the new direction that speculation is going, rather than waiting for these hot variants or these limited ratios. Kickstarters, backing these Mark Spears, right? It's of course the big one right now. It's basically the top 10 list is a Mark Spears hot 10 is all Mark Spears. It's all over it. So the Kickstarter speculation seems to be where possibly the future speculation is turning to, rather than looking at Marvel movies and DC movies. We're starting to look at actually investing into artists that are coming out with cool ideas. What do you think? That's maybe the way that we're leaning now. I think you made a real good point on that.
That's a win. I think that's 100% a win. I think that's a great place to start looking, and I think that's a great place for spec to head. Like it's going to help the comic book world rather than where spec kind of made this weird jaunt into retailer exclusives, right? Retailer exclusives got super hot, and everybody was speccing on this variant and that variant and this variant and that variant. And the problem with that is it was a false profit, because a lot of people are thinking that these things are worth money, and they buy them for $40, and then 3 weeks later, they see the same seller or a different seller selling that same book for $10, and immediately it kills the hype. Okay.
Right.
And
Takes the fun out of it.
yeah, and that's what is happening with retailer exclusives. For instance, Unknown Comics has on their website, you could go and buy a pallet, a fucking pallet.
Of
What is
garbage.
it, like 2,300, over 2,000 books or something like that, or
Holy shit.
5,000 books,
Exclusive.
and they're all retailer variants of theirs. You get 10 of each book. They're all
Really?
retailer variants, and guess what? Those are all going to be sold by every whatnot seller in the world now. Are going to be selling the same books, all books that people have paid $40 or $30 for.
That they have just pallets of laying around.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man! And you
Right.
know what? That's one of the things that that I talk about during my haul videos is no FOMO. The hashtag no FOMO, because the FOMO is real. To know that these variants, these special variants that we spend $20, $30, $40 on, these exclusives covers, there's pallets in a warehouse, literally like Indiana Jones. They're
like
not so exclusive. You can pick them up.
Right.
And this goes to show that that they're out there. There's basically a warehouse pallets full of them.
There's
So
what
you make a valid point as far as the exclusivity of investing into a rare variant or exclusive variant, rather than a Kickstarter account. Because if you look at Mark Spears, I think that his goal was, I don't know, 30,000, 90,000, something like that, right?
30,
and it's over 100 and some thousand at this point.
It's over
That
like
tells
I
me
think it's over 200. Is it over 200 now? Let me check.
that tells me that people are really interested in what this man has to bring to the table. So
yeah,
if
he's
you're
an
not
anomaly
invested,
right now.
people are going to want this. So
Right.
it seems smart as an investor, somebody who
100,000.
does speculation. Hey, maybe I'll, instead of dropping $50 on this exclusive variant cover that's by whoever, I'll drop $50 on the Mark Spears Kickstarter, and I can guarantee I'm gonna get cover G or cover whatever. And at the same time, if I want to hold on to that and flip it, I have it. I'll be the first one to do it. So I think the Kickstarter route is definitely a way to go, especially when you have artists that clearly have great artwork. People that were looking at Mark Spears ahead of time with his trading cards could clearly tell that this guy is just talented. We all kind of missed the boat on it, and it's when it's obvious, it's obvious. It's like, hey, I need to put money behind this guy. You never know, but it's just the same with speculating, right? You don't know, but at least with the Kickstarters, you're kind of backing the hobby. You're giving your support to an artist, and I feel, as somebody that's in the community, that's kind of more the way to go, because you're involving yourself in the community, and you're actually getting involved with the artists, the creators, your show, which I thought was cool. This guy was actually in the chat, hanging out. He's a fan. He not only of the content that we create, but he's a fan of the community itself. To reach out to artists like that, to involve them, whether their Kickstarter makes it or not, I think is really cool for speculating, because it's fun, and you're also reaching out and you're growing the hobby, right? You're growing the community, whether these Kickstarters make it big or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's really cool.
I think that people need to realize also, and I see trolls in the chat like loving this. I see Beef. It says Warren Buffett said it best when he said, "Comics, what the fuck are comics?" And that is 100% true. Comics shouldn't be looked at as, in my opinion, as long-term money. Like, this is where you put it to your retirement in. Now, don't get me wrong, there are books that are great investments, but 90% of comics are not good long-term investments. They're short-term flips to make 30 to 100 to 200 to $300 on books that you can go buy more comics with. This isn't type of thing like, there's people that create businesses out of it. And, I've lived off that selling money for the last 4 years. doing live sales and stuff like that on eBay Live and whatnot and selling on eBay. But for the most part, that's not going to work. And they're not long-term investments. They're not the good, retirement type opportunities. You're not going to retire off of Superman's Death of Superman. That's a famous trope in comics. So people need to remember, when we say speculation, we're talking short-term flips, short-term gains to buy cooler comics or cooler collectibles.
Now, there was a gentleman I want to scroll down to. And I'll promise, guys, I'll circle back. But Steven Spielberg, and yes, thank you, Fearbird, the nerd, Fearbeard,
The homie
Fearbeard. Yes, please, guys, if you can, hit the like button and comment, subscribe. We appreciate it. Thank you, Brian, for being here. Everybody that's in the chat, participating, hanging out, thank you, man. We really appreciate all the love. Steven Spielberg. Is it true Mark Spears' art is AI? Steven Spielberg, I'll tell you this, man. Just take a look at the artwork. That is a beautiful painted artwork, basically. That is, you can't do that with AI, brother. That is
it is digital. He starts traditional. I asked Mark about that. Mark was on he's been on multiple shows with us over at Beyond Wednesdays. He's great artist, and he starts a lot of his stuff with the traditional route, pencil and paper, and then he'll move over to digital, and he'll end most of his stuff digitally. But Mark can draw. He's a real artist. He's been doing it for years. I don't think AI is any worry when it comes to Mark Spears.
Yeah, I think Lisa's saying it best. Again, she just covered exactly what you said. Digital, not AI, and Mark can draw. So, yeah, she pretty much summarized perfectly what you just said. Synthetic Panel says, I promise you, when the next phase of Marvel launch, again, the spec list will come flooding back, ebbs and flows, because the data demands it.
I think people will try to, but I think that I don't think it's going to be anything like it was when Iron Man and Avengers Infinity War was happening. Like, it will never get back to that point.
Yeah,
everything is cyclical. You can have your dead spec box, and at some point things in that box will become hot again. Niobe Comics said something very important. He said, dude, you do make money. I have done a $30,000 campaigns. I know the cost of art and printing. Niobe Comics is on a different level. You can make money in comics. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just saying, in speculating, creators make money. Niobe Comics is a creator. He sells his own comic book. So yeah, that's how you can make money. But I don't think that speculating on keys is going to make most people a ton of money. It's hard to do.
Yeah, those times are over. The boom is the bubble popped.
Yep.
So it's all over, dude. It's back to normal.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it is fun to flip. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm still enjoying it. I'm a small flipper. And I went to my local LCS on Black Friday. I did a haul video about it. So check that out, guys. No, pretty cool stuff. You hang it out, listen to some instrumental hip-hop music, and just flipping through books. But I went to my local LCS, and they had a great deal where all their wall books at Samurai Comics shot out. The 6-month wall book, man, there were $5 or less was $1. So everything on the 6-month wall, the new comic book day books, $5 or less, $1. And Samurai will have like these artists that will pop up in the shop, and they'll just basically sign their own books, man. They'll just say, hey, they'll sign books. They'll take pictures
Tony
with
was
the
there
owner.
Not too long ago.
Yeah.
Tony,
and it's really cool,
yeah.
man. And what they'll do is they're real cool about is they won't charge anything extra. They'll put them back on the shelf. They'll bag and board them, but they won't, they'll put them back on the shelf. So when I was there on Black Friday, I saw it was Farrell, right? And it was Tone, signed by Tone. Yeah. And Fleeks. Yeah. It was double signed. And there were 3 of them that were just sitting there. Nobody saw them. I picked them up, $1 a piece, right? and you know I'm going to flip them. So it's fun to come across those in the wild, you know, those small rarities where you do happen to come across them. And yes, I agree. Feared beard, thin eared.
Fur.
It is fun to still flip, man. Yes.
Exactly, bro. That's how you get some stuff, bro. I have my honey badger variant because I flipped a bunch of Star Wars books. My NYX 396 because I flipped a bunch of Star Wars books and other books that I sometimes flipping, not so much now. Back then, would pay for my weekly books, man.
Yep.
And where did I get the info from? Seeing what was hot in the top 10, and I was one that took that list always the right way, not to buy what was on the list, but to go out and find what was on the list, or at least learn a little game to anticipate what will be on that list. Like, especially in a pandemic where variants on books that really nobody was reading, your typical hard to find, low print type scenarios, and try to anticipate. But I also burnt myself on 1 in 50s, 1 in 100s. You know, we it's what it is, and that's part of the hobby I love. And without those lists and other content, you know, where's a new collector going to get game like that? I am the perfect example of coming into the hobby 2015. By 2017, watching all this content that's been talked about, got a quick crash course on how to hunt, on how to collect, on how to hunt, you know what I mean? How to use all that to my benefit, bro. And that's what's really fun about it. That and a drama. That's really what's fun about it. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, and you know, especially to collectors like me who are still, you know, new to the hobby.
yeah,
Like Bryan, you've been doing it for a while. So a lot of people that have been doing it for a while, it might, you know, some of that luster kind of, it loses its luster after a while. You know what I mean? It's not as fun, like you said, like it used to be, because it does take you used to have some time to flip the book, where now it's got to be, you know, you got to be on top of it.
Yeah.
But
Days.
people like me that are still new to the hobby, and people that are still have that luster, like Darth, that have that excitement in their eye, that gleam, we, you know, still keep doing what you're doing, man. Still keep, you know, putting out those lists. Still keep doing that content, because people like myself, especially people like myself that are new to the hobby, it really does help us, and because it is fun to see that somebody else is into what we're into, and they can kind of help you out, kind of point you in a direction. And it does help you build up that experience in collecting comic books. You figure out what you want to collect by speccing on stuff. That's how I figure out what I like to collect. I sold 8 short box. I got rid of a lot of modern variants and a lot of those covers that Darth is talking about that I just got rid of, because I was like, you know, I don't want to collect like this anymore. And that's okay. That goes with the hobby. You watch guys like Bryan on his show. You get this info. You figure out, well, you know, there's a different way to collect. There's a speculation side of the hobby that I wasn't aware of. This is fun. Let's figure this out. So I think what you're doing is, I don't want to say a service, but I want to say keep doing it, because collectors like me, new guys in the hobby, new people in the hobby, it does help us, put us in a direction. And it kind of helps us, you know, build experience with collecting. So, yeah, definitely keep doing what you're doing, man. One question I want to make sure I ask before we wrap up this little segment here of the Razor's Top question: is there any advice? And I know you've already give a lot, and we've already touched on a lot of other topics, but just in general, because there's a lot of talk about comic book investing, Warren Buffett, what have you. Is there any advice that you want to give comic book investors, that you would give to somebody like myself in the hobby, right? Before we start dumping money into this hobby, man, before I take some cash out of my 401k, before I say, hey, you know, I want to move this money around, I'm going to go and I'm going to dump this cash, this major cash. What advice do you have for comic book investors?
Don't dump major cash. Buy what you love, first of all. Buy what you love. Yeah, it's nice that these things have some liquidity. There's certain books that do. If you really want to invest in comics heavily, original art. Go buy, and I'm not talking about sketches or, you know, sketchbooks. I'm talking about printed, you know, published covers and pages. You know, we just saw the Heritage original art sale. 2 Rob Liefeld pages sold for over $1 million. So, you know, that's where you're going to make some money. Look at people who are investing in this hobby. Look at what they're doing. Perfect example. Dinesh Shamdasani was, who's a good friend of mine. He comes on the shows and talks about his original art collecting, what he's investing in. People like Mike Hansen, who comes on and talks about what he's collecting. Look at people like Stray Flexing on IG. Look at what he's collecting. Those are the type of people I watch. Red Hood Comics, which is not my Red Hood, but the guy who Black Cat Comics. Those guys, they're investing in original art, pre-code horror, rare stuff. One of original arts are one of one. I own. I don't own a ton of stuff, but I own some cool things that I love to collect and make it fun to you, right? I'm not going to be able to go get major fucking $100,000 pieces. So what I buy for original art is I love to collect. My favorite Marvel character is the Watcher, so I love to collect pages and covers of the Watcher, right? And so I can get into the original art world on cheap. I can buy pages for $100 to $300. I can buy covers from $1,000 to $2,000 to $3,000, and still be in that world and own a one of one. That's rare as rare can be. That's, if you want to pull money out, that's what I would invest in.
You seem to write everything down, don't you?
This is kind of for Brian. I don't know if you want to fuck with it, Brian, but to clarify, Matt messaged me to clarify his comment. He's bringing up the Jeffrey Albertson play. How when a lot of us super chatted, flip side, some of us got mad when we found out the Jeffrey Albertson's scam that was going on.
Oh yeah, we can talk about that. This is a funny thing. So this is what pissed off Marco the most. This is what made Marco hate us at Flipside. The whole Jeffrey
Guys, I got to
Albertson
step away for a second while you explain that, Brian.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So back in the day at Tales from the Flipside, we decided to come up with we tried to come up with cool promotional ideas. We were starting to hit like big numbers and a lot of people in the chat. And so we were like, okay, there's got to be cool ways for us to promote the channel. So we like went and did a thing with Key Collector, where Key Collector partnered with us and did a thing on the Pro Spec 10 list. We were trying to do cool things like that. And everything was going great at Flipside. We had a show on every single day of the week. Some days of the week there was 2 shows. We had, I think everybody at that time was there, including guys like Matt, who is complaining about all this. He was there at the time too. He was part of a show called Modern Comic Mayhem, and that's what we would do over there. We would just try to bring people into the fold and try to just, create cool content and, do it with people that we thought were friends and this and that. And so at the time there was getting ready to be Baltimore Comic Con, and there was like 6 months away from Baltimore Comic Con. And we decided to try and come up with a promotional idea for that. And one of the ideas was to create a character. At the time, there was a lot of hate for speculators. Like there was people would put signs up in their stores like, I'm going to go look at these prices on eBay, or, speculators, are ruining the hobby. So I have the right to change the prices on the comics at the counter and, all this stuff. So people were, speculators were not looked at in a good light. They were looked at like they were, ripping comic people off, or it was this weird thing. So we decided, we should make a fake character that was like it. and when I look back at it, it was a good idea, but it wasn't. It was kind of cheesy. We decided to make a fake character called Mr. Comic Book. That basically this fake character would be like the hero for speculators, right? And it would bring all the different speculating communities together, right?
Right.
So we started this idea, and we couldn't figure out like how are we gonna bring this character into the fold like in a major splash, in a major way, so everybody sees the character. And so it was thought up to come up with an enemy of this character that we make everybody hate, and then this Mr. Comic Book character would take down the enemy. And so the enemy we created this IG account called Jeffrey Albertson, and Jeffrey Albertson is the name of Mr. Comic Book guy on The Simpsons. And so it was
That's
that,
right,
you
that's
know,
right.
yeah. And so we started, and we decided we were only going to let certain people at Flipside in on it. We couldn't let people that had big mouths, like certain people that, you know, we're friends with, you know, they like to talk about a lot of stuff. And so we couldn't allow certain people in. And Marco was one of the guys that we couldn't allow in on it. We just, we couldn't trust him. And so Marco wasn't part of it. And so what we did is we created that character. And so my
What was the
role,
name of the character again from the comic books of The Simpsons?
Jeffrey Albertson. Yeah.
Did this guy?
Yeah.
So, do you enjoy comic books?
And so it was him. It was literally him, bro. And he was kind of like a troll, and he would troll speculators. He came up with this thing we'd call speculators dirty flippers,
Yeah.
right? And he would create this account making fun of dirty flippers. And at the beginning, he was supposed to be making fun of dirty flippers, not specific people, like just the idea of a speculator or a flipper. He was making fun of, like, how the flipper is ruining the comic book industry. He's ripping off all the comic book stores. And so we all had, like, there was like 6 of us that would come up with like memes and put it on the Jeffrey Albertson account. And at the time it was just going after dirty flippers, right? An unknown group of people, you know, wouldn't single anybody out. So my job was, because I'm good at all the promotion and stuff, my job was to create the Mr. Comic Book persona, like, in the background. And so we came up with the idea to go and get a cameo from the guy who impersonates the Matrix guy, Mr. Smith. Or is that what his name is? What's
Agent
in the
Smith?
Matrix? Agent Smith.
Yeah.
There's a guy on Cameo that does Agent Smith. So we wanted him, we paid him to call out Jeffrey Albertson and say, this guy is on my radar. We know about you. We're
Mr.
coming for you.
Anderson. Yeah.
Yes. And I created this really badass, like, you know, video and all these extra videos. So while I'm working on all that stuff, the Jeffrey Albertson character got really dark, and it started to be run by one single guy that made it really dark. He started going after people in the community, and it wasn't cool. You know what I mean? It got really cheesy. And to be honest, and I've talked about this multiple times, that was the kind of the straw that broke the camel's back that caused me to leave Flipside. Me and the guy who got really, you know, who started getting really dark with the character, you know, I kind of said, you know, you need to chill out on that. And, you know, that kind of caused a fracture between us, and me and this guy kind of had it out, and I left Flipside over it. So anyways, when that happened, everybody found out that, you know, we were the ones behind it, and people got pissed, especially Marco. And here's why. During that time period, Marco would call me every day and would be like, do you see what this Jeffrey Albertson guy is? I know who it is. And here's the funny thing. We did stupid shit. Like we would act like this guy was hacking our channel. And we would like have a show, and right in the middle of a show, it would be taken over by Agent Smith talking about who Jeffrey Albertson is. And we would act, and I would set it up to play like to where people wouldn't realize it's playing. So we would be doing the show like normal, and it would just come back, and everybody in the chat would be like, "Oh my God, what just happened?" You know, and it was fun. It was, and then like at one point we got one of the retailer friends that we had to give us the chance to have him take over their channel, and they let us, or take over their website, and they let us have him take over the website and put a video up, and you know and they acted, you know, they played along, and it was fun like that. But it got really stupid. And so anyways, Marco would call me every day, and he'd be like, I know who it is. It's that Matt and Kyle guy. It's Matt and Kyle. I know 100%. I had my friends at Google get the IP, and the IP address is out of Arizona, and I know it's Matt. It's Matt. And I would be like, bro, I don't think Matt would do that. He's on the channel. He's part of the shows. I know Kyle wouldn't. Kyle's my really good friend. Kyle wouldn't do that. You know, Kyle was part of the group that was in on the Jeffrey Albertson stuff, so he knew what was going on. Matt didn't. So Marco would call me every day. It's fucking Matt. I have IP address. I know everything. And I'd have to be like, dude, it's not. Don't worry about it. And he would get so mad. And here's the funny thing, Razor. This is the funniest part. And Lopez can key in on this. It caused Marco to get so mad that I became enemy number one, right? And he literally went and got the two people that he thought was Jeffrey Albertson, and that he told me for months were pieces of shit, to go and join his channel and do a show for him. And they're still there. And Matt was one of the guys that, you know, was doing the things behind the scenes for Marco, telling people I'm a piece of shit for Marco. And he didn't realize that Marco doesn't like him and talks nothing but trash about him. And Lopez 100% can confirm that. So
yeah, that's true. Enough time has passed that it's to the point where I don't even really give a shit. You know what I mean? Like,
change and smoke a blunt while we're talking about this.
It was really different over there. You know what I mean? I don't know, bro. I know it was really different over there. I even hesitate now to talk about that, but you know, it's one of those things where I could confirm so much shit, but we're not there yet. But you know, a lot of that is true. You know what I mean? And Matt is right. As a loyal Flipside guy, I used to super chat. I still super chat certain people, so I didn't really know what was going on. And at that time, I had a friendship with that dude, and he was like telling me the same shit, like, "Well, they're scamming and blah blah blah, this and that," just real ranting. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, well, whatever the case may be, and it did affect how I saw Flipside. You know what I mean? Because like I always say, that time got me through the pandemic. I was at home, my boys, and blah blah blah. And I was like, oh man, if these guys are gonna do that, then what the fuck, you know?
Oh, I didn't see this earlier, but Legion of Comics, shout out Mark from Legion of Comics. And I plan on doing this.
Yeah, I saw that.
I plan on doing a top 10 list.
Hey,
but
intro
Mark from Legion of Comics already had some. What's that, bro?
Can you let in my headset?
Oh yeah. My
Yeah.
bad. There you go. Mark of Legion of Comics evidently is already ahead of the game. It looks like Mark already started a top 10 list, and he has an opinion on where you lie. So let me put this on the screen here. Legion says in top 10 list, Bryan clearly is in 4th place, right?
I love Mark. By the way, big shout out to Mark, man. I love Mark. He's one of my favorite content creators. He's a really stand-up dude, and I got a lot of respect for him. So
yeah, Mark. I don't know, man. My list is going to be coming out Darth, where do you rank Bryan's list, man? Let's say Bryan's not here. Let's talk about him because he's not here.
I'm a loyalist, bro. I stay within the Flipperverse, so I'm gonna watch that list before I watch any list. I'll watch
Really?
that list and then I'll go watch Rennavision. Well, I
You're
fast
telling
forward
me
now.
you
I
watch
fast
his
forward
list before you watch
Rennavision.
Comic Tom list before you watch.
I don't watch Tom's list. Well, that's on 9/8. If I'm not mistaken, that's basically going off 9/8.
I mean, he's not here right now. You could talk about him. You could be honest with me if you don't watch his list right away.
Whose list? Tom?
Bryan's. I don't watch
No,
Bryan's list right away.
no. I watch Bryan's list and then I watch Rennavision list because it's more relevant to like how I like to collect, right?
Yeah, and you know what? I watched for reference research purposes a lot of fucking top 10 lists over the last couple weeks, and I watched Rennavision, and I'll be honest with you, it's just boring to me. It's just him sitting up there doing his list. It's not it's not entertaining. I'm a guy that has to be entertained, so watching that was not fun.
The chemistry is
fun. He wasn't one of them.
So Kyle wants to join.
Who does?
Yeah, Kyle. He's a Rennavision host.
Ceasefire Sunday. Can it be?
He's my good friend. He's the friend that I talk about that they got to jump from my channel to their channel.
This is it. We're about to make peace.
So this is one of the guys. Oh, this is Kyle, the guy that you're saying the alpha male Marco reached out to.
No.
Yes. Yeah. He's right. The one that Marco reached out to.
Marco reached out to.
Hey, this is the one. Hey, Razor, real quick. This Kyle has one of the scathing, hardest diss tracks, in my opinion. The eulogy to Darth Lopez. Please bring him on. Hopefully he's on. This will be a milestone moment. This piece, this is great.
Gotcha. And just to clarify, and I'll drop the link for you, Kyle, and I'll be more than happy to have you on, man. That'd be awesome. But Kyle is one of the guys that supposedly from what Bryan is saying, that Marco reached out to earlier in the story and is now working on the other side.
Kyle,
so let me
bring him on. Come on, Kyle. Let's do it, bro.
Let's see what the other side has to say. I'm going to drop the link just for Kyle. Kyle, you're more than welcome to jump on, man. Appreciate to have you. There's the link. I was saying that, Bryan is up there. I'm not gonna form my opinion list where Bryan lies on my top 10, but I will tell you this: Bryan is pretty high up there because I do enjoy watching the show. Red Hood and him, they have a real good formula, a good chemistry, and it's really entertaining. So I did drop the link. We'll see if we can get Kyle to join us and see if he can answer some questions here for us. Let's see what we have. We have CC Goofball. According to McClay, Kyle is just a brainwashed Rennavision victim. I'm sure it was nothing to do with McClay claiming credit for everything.
I don't. Yeah, that's a hater. That's either Marco, Pete, or Matt right there. That's one of those guys. Kyle will come on. Kyle can come on. I still talk to Kyle. Kyle's a good friend. I would love to have Kyle be part of anything I do. He knows that.
Kyle, the link is in the chat. We'd love to have you. We love to hear what the other side has to say, man. Why did you go over? Like, what was the pitch? I want to know what was it that Marco pitched to you that made it to the point where you're like, yeah, you know what? Fuck him. Let's go ahead and do it. So if you could jump on, man, I'd love to hear your side.
Yeah, bro. I don't know if if Kyle will come on, bro, because HR over there is something different. Yeah, I mean, HR.
Well, that's HR in the chat, bro. That's what I'm saying. That person that was talking shit, that's HR in the chat.
Come on, Kyle. Come on, man. Let's end it.
Yeah, no, it's totally up to you. We don't want to press you into jumping on, man. It just Lord of Brooklyn said that you wanted to come on, so I was just link is in the chat. This is Ceasefire Sunday. We're not gonna attack you, bro. No one's gonna come at you crazy. I promise that the whole concept of the show is just this: to hear the other side, sit here and get along.
If anything, we're gonna celebrate the eulogy.
Yeah, man, your first time, your first appearance on Razor Comics. We love to have you.
Yeah,
And guys, do me a favor, smash the like button. We appreciate everybody hanging out. I'm just hanging out here with Bryan from Beyond Wednesdays. We're talking about top 10 beef. We got Darth Lopez hanging out, one of the historians, the professor.
Yes.
Smoking on that good Arizona weed. We reached out a peace tree to our guy Kyle on the other side of the fence to see if he wants to come on and talk about the Rennavision beef, why he's over there, what the pitch was that he decided to say, hey, fuck Bryan, I'm going to go ahead and go with these guys. No, you didn't say that. I'm just,
Well, by the way, yeah, he probably was a little angry at me at the time for whatever reason. But we buried the hatchet very quickly after I found out that he was doing a show over there. I called him and told him, hey, me and you are good, just so you know. I don't know anything about what's going on, but, we're good. And we've been cool ever since, as far as I know. So.
That's cool, man. That's cool. And Kyle, if you don't want to come on, that's cool, brother. We just
He said
we got the heads up that you might want to come on. That's all.
No, he said give him a second. Yeah, he said give him a
Synthetic
minute.
panel brings up a good point. I want to highlight my guy's synthetic panel here. He says, is it weird that all the top 10 lists based on sales data, that there are different books or in a different order? Weird how all those changes from channel to channel using a fixed data point.
Well, we don't know what their data is based on, though. You know what I mean? Like what is I don't know what Key Collector's sales data is based on. I have an idea of what Cover Price's sales data is based on. I just don't know what 100% what it is. But does my mic sound okay?
Yeah, you sound fine. You just sound like you're on, you're on a headset.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Razor, great show. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll keep watching. Thanks, brother. We appreciate you, man. Freaky loose. I can't read that. Hashtag free Kyle's curtains. Free Kyle curtains.
Yeah.
Is that hashtag free Kyle's curtain?
That's a classic SMS joke about Kyle's curtains, because they look like curtains that they just smoke in the house. You know what I mean? They look like they smell like cigarettes, got alcohol stains on them.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So
them forever, huh?
On it, they clean their natural hands on it.
Now, Niobe, I see you in the chat, but I want to get to Kyle because the invitation was for Kyle to come on here, Niobe. So if I have some time, I will bring you on. But I do want to make sure that we bring Kyle because the invitation was to have him on here. So I do appreciate you, Niobe, and I do want to get to you, but we do have somebody from the other side of the fence who's going to stop by, give us his information. Hopefully we can take some of that and get the list over here on our. No. Let's bring him to the channel for the first time. The infamous Kyle. Kyle,
what's up?
You son of a bitch!
Son of a
channel,
bitch!
Man, I heard so much about you.
Well, it's probably all mostly true.
Look at him. Look at him.
Kyle, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you making the time because, we've said a lot.
I know I haven't heard most of it. I've only heard chunks.
Well,
that's a good thing.
Darth.
Yeah.
We have Kyle on here. Kyle, you know Darth?
I do.
Yeah.
I know him very well.
Likewise.
Darth, do you have any questions that you want for why you have Kyle now on the panel?
I want to say, Kyle, that I truly now in this time, in this era, truly admire the way you did the eulogy. I respect.
It was genius.
Yes, it was, bro. It was
funny.
It was fucking funny. You did not like do a thumbnail like I didn't know nothing about it. Now, obviously my feelings were hurt, right? Obviously, I retaliate the way I did, but it was what it was. It is what it is. It's done. But I still have to honor the fact that you had the balls to say, well, you know what, Lopez, fuck you. And I know you had to read.
It wasn't a true fuck you. It was more of a see you later, adios, amigo.
Yeah, I get it, and I respect it, and I had to do what I had to do, and it is what it is. But
it wasn't. It really meant. It wasn't meant as a true fuck you. It was really meant more as a joke, and I've always said that. What's up, Derek?
Yeah, but you could understand why I wouldn't take it that way, considering everything that I won't talk about that goes on behind there, whatever the case may be.
Yes,
But
and
I
no.
still respect it, bro. Once it was over, you know what I mean, and it was what it was, and I commend you for doing it, and that's why it's gonna be ranked in the top 10 beef disses of comic book YouTube.
It's awesome. I
Yeah.
love
I
it.
don't think people know what you're talking about. So I'm gonna let. Well, I'll let Lopez explain it. Can you explain what you're talking about?
Let Kyle, because I've already, you know what I mean. I don't, I like to know.
Yeah, to everybody that's watching that doesn't know about any of this, Lopez used to be on the show that I do on Rennavision. And I have to admit, it wasn't your vibe.
Right, agree.
You weren't very good on it.
No.
And
no, he's right. No, that's no, he's right.
It wasn't his.
I love
show.
the honesty. I'm loving Kyle already. Perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah, you weren't that good at it, Darth.
Yeah, I know. I
No.
didn't blend with them. I didn't mix with them. Like it was. It just didn't work, bro. Honestly, and he's completely right. I put no effort into it. I always would tell Kyle, "I'll do this. I'll think of this," and I never did it. And Kyle's a nice dude, and he would say, you can do that if you want. You got to do it. So,
yeah, I was always somebody that said, if you're on the show and you want to do something, if you put the shit together, fucking do it.
Yeah, facts, 100%.
And I was always a person that said, I'll help you. You need help, I'll help you.
100%.
Never. And there was a tiff, a difference of opinion, and there's words were said.
Yeah.
And he said, I quit the show again.
Yeah.
For the second time, because he's done it twice.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, it'd be funny. I'll give Lopez a send off. I'm going to make a eulogy for him. So I had eulogy type music playing. We had pictures of Lopez up, and I said, gone and forgotten. See you later. And I had all these different pictures up, and it was just my send off to Lopez for being on the show for a second time.
Yeah. And I took that very personal, and then did what I had to do and attacked. But it is what it is. We're going to talk about. We talk about it. Now I look back at it.
And I respect that. I mean, Kyle, that's awesome. I mean, that's something that I would do. To be honest with you, that's a razor rant right there. You know what I mean? That's something like, all right, later, bitches. That's my eulogy. Exactly. So I appreciate that, man. Thanks for the honesty. That's awesome.
And that's why I did what I did, and it don't matter. And I went harder, and I attacked personally, and I did. But I want to say this, like, even when I went on there, it was always, and I would just say, Kyle, it was always, and this might, whatever, it was always like Marco. It was always Marco being the way he was, bro. And it was like, it was a conflict, bro, because it's like I always felt the shit got back to him, or what I said, he twists words, and it was always something there, and it took a lot out of me. Like, it was too bullshit behind the scenes, Kyle. And I didn't really like it, because I really generally liked you and Matt. You know what I mean? And I always look at it like, no matter what he may say, you could have said, no, you don't have to come on. No, I don't want him on.
I did.
Right.
I 100% did. The only reason you came back on the show is because Matt asked me, and you guys are friends.
Yeah, exactly.
And I told him no. I said, I don't want the dude on. I said, the first time he was on, he was fucking drama. I don't want to deal with his bullshit again. And I said, I know what's going to happen this time is if he comes back on the show, it's just going to end up in a shit show.
Yeah. And I told Matt, I don't want to come on. I told him,
let me ask you, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Kyle, so what's your what's your position, or what's your affiliation with Rennavision now?
I do a show on Rennavision every Saturday.
So you are on the show. So are you on the panel on the show on every Saturday?
I do. Yeah, I have a show that I started on Rennavision that I do every Saturday.
Now, when it was time to make the decision to only do the list with Pete and that crew, Was there
I don't
was
do
it
lists with
hard?
him. I don't do a hot 10 list with him.
Okay, so you
I-
have
I don't do
you have
any hot
nothing to
10
do
list.
with that top 10 list.
Nope, because I didn't want any part of it.
Gotcha. Okay, but you're still friends with both of them, basically. At this point, you've made up with Bryan. You know, everything's cool with Bryan. Is there any conflict of interest, being that you guys are okay and you being on that panel on the show? With
I don't. The thing with MCM is Bryan came to me when we were on Flipside and said, "Hey, would you be interested in doing a show on Flipside?" And I said, "Sure, I'll get a cast of characters and friends to come and we'll do a show." So they wanted us to do a different show that we didn't want to do. I didn't want to do any kind of speculation show. I didn't want to do anything like that. So we started Modern Comic Mayhem. I mean, I don't have to be on Niobe. I mean, I don't give a fuck, but like I could give a fuck about it as drama, but
yeah, and that's what I appreciate, Kyle. And I mean, I'm just clarifying what your what your position was, because I keep hearing your name popping up a lot. You know, as kind of being somebody who was in the middle of the beef. So I'm glad that you're on here to kind of clarify.
Hold on. Not really, Razor. Like,
with the beef.
He's only ever had one issue, and that was with me. Like, he doesn't even get involved in that that top 10 thing, bro. You know, I was there. He didn't get involved in that. It was his issue with me, his frustration with me. That, like, this guy doesn't do drama. He's right. Him or Matt or Sam, they don't do that. Like, that's 100% true. He just did what he did, and that was it. But he doesn't, like you say, he don't like that content. I respect him for being here. You know what I mean?
Have you tried to get these guys together, Kyle? Have you guys have you say, hey man, you know what? Let's let's smoke and talk about this shit or something?
Which guys?
You know, Pete and Bryan.
They all have each other's numbers. They call each other. They're big boys.
The
other thing I'm going to say about MCM is Bryan did approach. He said, "I'd like you guys to do a show on Flipside." He said, "We have this show," and it wasn't something I wanted to do. I didn't want to do anything with speculation. I didn't want to do any of that stuff. So we came. I got me, Matt, Solo Wookie, I think Corbin, and Marco. And we were like, okay, well, we don't want to do the spec thing. So we came up with he said, and then Bryan was like, try to think of something with comic in the name. So I said, okay. We thought about it. We came up with Modern Comic Mayhem. Bryan wasn't on the show. He was doing the Monday show. He was doing other stuff. We came up with the name Modern Comic Mayhem. So we started doing it. Right, Bryan? Am I right so far? You're muted.
Ryan, can't hear you.
No, but hold on. Yeah, you can say that, but the one thing that I think that you have wrong is that I wasn't involved. I think if you go back and look at the Modern Comic Mayhem shows, I was in most of them. I was part of the production on most of them. So
you were on them later after Marco and Matt left.
No, I was on with Marco too. You can go back and watch the shows. They're there. They're still there. So I think that's probably the only issue I have. I mean, Kyle's cool with me. Kyle is 100% right. He stayed out of all of it. I think Kyle's been used by Marco. What we're forgetting is that Lopez was put in there to be a spy for Marco because Marco doesn't like Matt and Kyle. And he needed somebody over there to kind of watch them.
The show's live on YouTube. What is there to say?
Right. Well, look,
the show's live on YouTube every week. I talk to Marco twice a week.
Come on.
He knows exactly what's going on. There's no secrets.
I'm not saying there is.
I like how you planted Darth in there to be a spy.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Let me clarify. Let me be fucking brutally honest now. there was some intention with that, okay? And I'll fucking tell you, Kyle, and I don't know if I've ever told you, and I'll say this. He did put me there to learn because he thought that you and Matt would eventually fail because he had opinions of you. What was different was me is that I watched you guys before I was put on that fucking channel the first time, and I enjoyed your content and Matt, specifically
I knew
Matt.
from the beginning that you were on to learn to be on stream.
Correct, but it was never I'm telling you right now, it was never my intention to even go against you in any shape or fashion. Now, it didn't work out for us. Who cares, right? But that was never my intention. And when I would tell him how I appreciated being on there with you and Matt, and I'm trying to find my place, that was a different conversation that he would have. Because I don't want to this to be what it is for you later on. But yeah, and I'll say it, and you know it 100%, that every time he got for me, he trashed you and everybody. And he probably trashed me when you would talk to him, because that's how he is. But you don't have to respond to that. I don't really care if you
I don't know. He doesn't talk shit to me, so.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
I mean,
Kyle being honest. I appreciate it.
I mean, I talked to him today. I talked to Marco today, as a matter of fact, and we talked about a couple ideas for my year-end show. I mean, with the MC, I mean, you know what? It's going to boil down to this. There's Brian's opinion, there's my opinion, and the truth is in the middle, I guess. Because, I remember Brian coming to me. I remember him saying he wanted to just do a show. I remember we came up with Modern Comic Mayhem. We did it for a while. I know that whole sledgehammer into the TV thing, that was his little video thing that he made. But we did the show for a while, and he wasn't even on it.
The shows are up. You can go check them out. We can pull them up right now.
Pull them up. I mean, I have videos that say like, "Good show, boys. You guys did a good job. Hey, you guys are doing good this week." I mean, you wouldn't say it like that if you were on it.
Well, it's gay that we're talking about this right now like this, but the shows are up, bro. The shows are up, and I'm not worried about that.
I mean, you got to say I came up with Modern Comic Mayhem, and I did it, and I helped make it go pretty good on Flipside. You put a lot of work into it.
100%, and that's why I asked you to come over with me to Beyond Wednesdays when I started Beyond Wednesdays.
Yeah, when your shit with Flipside happened, I said, yeah, let's take Modern Comic Mayhem over to the show, because I'm not going to do a show on Flipside without you.
Yep. So we did Modern Comic Mayhem over here for however long together, and then all of a sudden I get told that you're doing a show over on Rennavision.
Well, so you gotta remember, we were doing the show, and you told me that I only have creative liberties behind the scenes. And I worked too hard on MCM to only have creative discussions behind the scenes, that I can't do anything live. And
I don't even know what that means.
You're the one who said it. I don't know.
What does that mean?
You just said I can only do creativeness behind the scenes and have say behind the scenes.
What?
It's what you said, dude. We've talked about it. I mean, you can act like you don't know now, but we've talked about it many times, dude.
I would suggest that any other co-host that's ever been on the show with me get asked if that's how they feel.
Wait, say that again, Kyle, because I missed that. So you weren't allowed. Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. Repeat that.
He told me I only have say in the show behind the scenes.
Brian said that you only have say in the show, and this was behind the scenes. Like,
yes.
But what does that mean? That like you can't talk on the show when we're live or something? And you can only talk when it's behind the scenes?
We were talking about creativeness and stuff, and you said so I didn't have any creative freedom on the show. You said it. I don't know. Maybe you didn't mean what you said. Maybe you said it wrong, but that's what you said.
Why would I not want content somebody else to create content on the channel?
I have no idea. And I was like, well, if I'm not going to have creativity and say of a show only behind the scenes, then I'm not going to do a show, because then I'm just
saying that, Brian, or were you just
then I'm just a talking head.
No, not at all. I mean, my whole thing has always been that if anybody ever has anything that they want to talk about or do a segment on my channel, it's available to them. Every single co-host knows that. Anybody can reach out to me and jump on my channel. That's always been my thing. Very open.
I mean, I don't know what you meant by it. I mean, you said it. We talked about it. It was a conversation we had. And I was like, if I can only, be behind the scenes with decisions and stuff like that, then I'm just going to go do my own show where I can do whatever I want. And so I did.
Hey,
so I called Marco.
Flip me over to my regular mic cam and shit.
And so I said, so I was talking to Marco, and I said, hey, I want to start a new show. Can I do a show on Rennavision? And he said, okay. And that was the whole conversation about me going to Rennavision. That's it.
And I didn't hear from Kyle for 2 weeks, and all of a sudden the show pops up on Rennavision with Kyle and Matt.
Yeah, why do I have to tell you that?
I don't know, dude. I thought we were friends, bro. I thought we were friends.
No, but I mean, if I can interject, Brian, Kyle does kind of make a valid point, though. I mean, even though you guys are cool and homies, it's really not his show, right? So why would he have to, tell you? You know what I mean? Like you got. I mean, I kind of understand that you're getting
let me
feelings involved, but why would Kyle have to reach out? You know what I mean?
No. Let me put it this way. I got somebody I'm doing a friend, a real life friend that I hang out with in person on my show doing content with me, right? And my main thing for my channel has always been, and every co-host and people that watch my channel know, I'm very open. If you want to do something on the channel, it's available for you. There's time available for you to do it. And
I mean, that's just what was said, and I was just like, well, I'm not just going to be a talking head on a show,
right? Yeah, I can understand that.
And so I was like, cool, and that's you like to have the whole show, but you like to only have the whole show ready and just have people come on and talk.
What?
It's easier that way.
What basically you would just say, Kyle, it's basically easier for Brian to control the show, so that
and then people just come on and hang out and talk. You have everything set up, so but I wasn't. No, I was mad. Yeah, like I worked really hard on Modern Comic Mayhem just to be like pushed out.
I didn't push you out.
I will always feel pushed out. Just like I said earlier,
he kind of felt, and I could see that where he kind of felt that is kind of being not necessarily pushed out, but not necessarily included with the way you want to be included with with your own vision, maybe creativity. You want to interject.
Maybe you didn't do it intentionally, but things that were said, that's how I felt. And I've told you that. I've told you that bunches of times.
Behind the scenes,
about it, Brian.
All that behind the scenes Chinese telephone that was probably going on with other members.
No, there's no Chinese telephone. I always talk straight to Brian, and Brian always talks straight to me.
Okay, that's one thing about Kyle. That's something that he would do. Talk straight up. Like that's 100%.
And exactly, Niobe. That's exactly why I did it. I just didn't want to be a talking head, which I'm not. No, I'm not saying that Aaron and Red Hood or whatever, but I didn't want to be a talking head. I wanted to be able to just do what I just wanted to be able to do just what I wanted to do.
And it sounds like Brian, and I'm not taking anybody's side. It just sounds like there might have been some miscommunication as far as what his role was in the show. Could that be
I've told Kyle. We've had talks about this, and I thought that we were cool. To be honest, I didn't realize Kyle still had. I didn't realize Kyle still had these type of feelings. So,
but you're talking about all of this right now, so that's the only reason I'm bringing it up.
I'm honest about all this. Everything I've said is true. Everything I've said has happened. I have proof for all of it. I've told you about it when it happens. I mean, do you not admit that the shit that I've said happened?
Like what?
Like the fucking behind the scenes fuck shit. People contacting friends of mine and people behind the scenes talking all this shit, saying all this weird shit.
I didn't want to be the star of the show, Naomi. That's not Ed at all. I just, if I worked hard on a show that I helped build, I wanted to be able to have more say in it. And if
Kyle,
I don't have a say in it, there's no.
Why would I push away anybody that would want to come up with anything? That's just one less thing that I don't have to do.
It didn't make sense to me either, but.
So if it didn't make sense to you and it didn't make sense to me, it feels like it didn't happen.
It sounds like there was just. It sounds like it did happen, Brian. It sounds like there was just maybe, as a fellow stoner, I feel that conversation was obviously, it was had at one point. Maybe the way you interpreted the conversation or conversations wasn't the same way Kyle interpreted it. And I'm glad that you guys are having this conversation now.
And Johnny, I'm not an alpha. I'm not an alpha person at all. Like,
no, but
if you work hard on something, to feel like you've been pushed out, it's just shitty.
Yeah, you can understand that, right, Brian? And I get that was not your intent. You're not that guy that does that. But for where Kyle's coming from, I could you can kind of see that where if there was miscommunication, it probably came off on his part that my creative content, my creative work, like my info is saying is not being is being marginalized a little bit here.
Listen, man, I'm going to tell you straight up. I'm going to tell you straight up. Listen, I'm going to tell you straight up.
This is kind of old news.
This is not how I thought Kyle felt. I thought we were cool. We've talked about all this. Everything. I've been honest with him about everything that I've been told. He's told me shit too before. So like that, this is not anything that I have. I felt like this was something that was a we buried the hatchet type thing.
I mean,
and
I didn't know
Kyle felt this way.
If
Kyle still felt this way,
if we're gonna tell how
I'm
things
just like
are,
fuck Kyle. You know what I mean? Which sucks.
No,
it really
no,
sucks,
man.
dude.
No, I think that honestly there was some miscommunication.
So that's the thing, Brian, is you can run and talk all the shit you want, but if somebody says something to you, it's fuck Kyle. Like
no, it's not that. It's. I thought we were cool behind the scenes.
Everything
you've never acted this way behind the scenes. Every time we talk, many times behind the scenes, like what I thought we were good friends.
I just said we've talked about on the phone
early on, and we buried the hatchet on it. And
I've never said anything about it after that. But now that you're talking about.
I've always been honest about that. What are you talking about? I've always been honest about that. I've never talked trash about you, Kyle. I've always said I understand what Kyle has done, but I've never told you that you couldn't come up with some idea or do some type of segment.
You just said
I had say. Never once.
You just said I have say on MCM only behind the scenes.
Why would I fucking say that? Dude?
I don't know. I've never known that.
That's what I'm saying. If you don't know that, it doesn't make sense that I would say that. That is
what he's saying is
my character, Kyle. That's 100% opposite of my character, and you fucking know that, dude.
Let me just interject. What he's saying is,
Brian,
we've talked about this. I've
Kyle
told you
he
that.
doesn't know why.
You know that. That's opposite of my character, dude. Everything that I've shown around you, everything that I've been
Brian,
about is opposite of that.
And I always say,
guys, give me a second.
No, I don't understand what he's saying. Everything about what I'm about is opposite of that. I would not act like that. That is not something I would say. So fuck that.
No, but I think you're missing the point. I think you guys.
I'm not missing no point. Fuck that, dude. That's fucked up.
I think you guys are saying the same thing without saying the same thing. What he's saying is that he was surprised that you would
anything
say that
he wanted on my channel, Razor. He could have done anything he wanted on my channel. Anything he wanted. He had free say to do what carte blanche on my channel. He knew that. That was the exact words that I told him. Carte blanche on my channel. You can do anything. The channel is there for you.
Brian, give me a
He
second,
was,
Brian.
he was a brand manager. He could see everything behind the scenes.
Brian, give me a second. One second, buddy. What I'm picking up is that as a friend or somebody who's in the mix, it's like, hey, it's surprising that we're having this conversation because the kind of guy that you are, Brian, that's not who you are.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's opposite of my character. That's exactly what I'm saying, Razor.
That's not the kind of guy that you are.
So you agree with me? It's opposite of my character.
Brian, we've talked about
Kyle. It is opposite of my character, bro, to act like that, and you fucking know that. You fucking know that, dude.
Hold on.
That is not my fucking MO.
Hold on. Because
I have been so cool about all this. I have been cool to you about this. I've treated you like fucking one of my best friends. I fucking call you every time I hear something's going on with the family. We have talk behind the scenes. I told you had carte blanche on my channel.
But
what?
I just, when you said that, I was just like,
I didn't say that. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say that. That's not my character to say something like that.
Maybe he misheard, Brian. Maybe he misheard.
And he misfucking heard. He should have said something instead of crying like a bitch and going to a channel of people that.
Bitch.
That's exactly what happened. Marco got in your ear.
No, he didn't.
And he told you I was talking all this shit about you when that is not of my character.
No,
and without you saying a word to me for weeks, you said, fuck it, I'm going to go over to the channel and do a show on the same night, the same fucking shit. And I don't care. I said, good. I called you and I said, bro, hey, did I not call you and say, bro, I got you. You do what you do. There's no fucking ill will. Good luck. I'll come over there and I would type in the chat, like number whatever like it is, great show. I would call you and tell you, hey, I saw this part's cool, until I got blocked over there. Then I would just not even type in the chat, but I would call you and tell you, hey, I like that segment. That part's cool as shit. That's what my character is. My character is not to be like, nah, dude, you can't do anything on my channel. All you can do is come here and talk. That's not my fucking character. Fuck off, bro.
Fuck off.
Look at you looking down. Fuck off. Look at you looking down. What the fuck, bro?
Text messages. Fuck you, man. Yeah, you said it. We've talked about it, bro. We've talked about it.
That's weak character, bro. That's weak character. That is not of what I'm about. And that this is weak sauce, bro. Really weak fucking sauce. It's weak sauce, dude.
I mean,
it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to see somebody who I thought was a good friend act like that. It really does. Fuck off. That's bullshit, bro. That's weak sauce, dude.
Nobody can
found out everything that was going on. I would call you, hey, bro, I hope everything's going good, dude. And then like thinking everything was the hatchet was buried. And we were cool.
Talked about this.
I've never talked bad about you, not once. I've always said that you were.
We've talked about
Lopez,
this, though. You know.
What do you say about how I talk about Kyle? What do you say? You say I always stand up for Kyle.
You know, we've talked about. You said that at length, and we
fuck off, dude.
We didn't. We haven't talked about it.
Weak, dude.
We haven't talked about it. We haven't talked about it. So you're telling
we never talked about it like this once. And when we buried the hatchet, we talked about it like this. And I told you that was never my intention. I would never, ever do
Razor
that.
asked why I went to Rennavision. And I'm saying that's why that was said to me. So I went to Rennavision and started.
And I never said that. That's weak. That's weak. You just said we talked about it. It's weak.
You just said it. You just said we talked about it.
I understand. It never happened. And I'm telling you, it never happened.
We never talked about it.
It would never. I never
told you. You said that, and you said, "Oh shit."
You've never told me that. You have never told me that. Not once. Not once. What we talked about is when your show started. As soon as I saw your show, I called you and I said, "Hey, bro, I just want you to know that everything's cool between us. We don't have to talk about anything. Everything's cool between us. Don't worry about it. Me and you are cool.
We finally talked, and we went.
That's exactly what I said.
And I told you,
everything is
sat down and talked
cool.
about it, and I told you, this
you
is what
never
happened.
said this. You've never said this. Get the fuck out of here. That's not of my character, Kyle.
I know exactly when we talked about it.
Show me. Let me see it.
We talked on the phone. How can I show you?
Let's see it.
Said we talked on the phone.
I don't believe you. I'm whatever, bro. Okay, whatever. That's weak. It's weak, dude.
I mean, you could say that now. We've talked about it though. We talked about it on the phone.
Well, what's the resolution then? Is it over?
There is no resolution. Are you kidding me, bro?
Yeah, no. Brian's saying that he did not say it at all, and Kyle's saying that you did. We had multiple conversations about it. It's weird that you're denying it. That's where we're at, Darth.
Yeah,
Kyle's saying that's weird because no, it happened.
I don't. Look, to me, to be honest, these are two friends that knew each other beyond YouTube, and that's a different whole thing. Like I don't have.
Brian was probably. Brian was
in real life friends, dude. In real life friends.
Yeah, Brian was probably one of the coolest dudes I've ever met. And no, like for a long, long time, like it was. He is the kind of dude, and I'll say he is the kind of dude that is there for you.
Then why wouldn't you come to me then? Why wouldn't you come to me and say something?
Why don't you just tell them, look, I feel like I'm pushing. You're pushing.
You know what? In hindsight,
you didn't say shit to me. You just left. You didn't say a word to me.
In hindsight, I should have.
Nothing, dude.
Yeah, because you're easy to communicate. You're easy to communicate with, Kyle. You know what I mean? When I was over there, you always had that open door policy, okay? Right? And that's fine. But this is somebody that you had history with. You had no history with me, right? So that don't matter.
Did you feel, Kyle, by not communicating that it would open up, knowing that obviously the Eagles involved, that this might have?
I did wait too long to reach out to Brian to actually talk about it.
Yeah, like weeks after starting a show, and I had to call you and tell you, hey, bro, there's no love lost. We are fucking totally fine. Did I not do that?
Yes, yeah, we did. We talked about it. We hashed it out. I said that before.
I never said that you could not fucking do fucking content on the channel, dude.
I think this is okay. So real quick, Kyle, even Kyle has never been able. Kyle doesn't do drama, so Kyle he's never talked about any of that shenanigans that were going on. He stayed out of it. The only drama he's ever done was a eulogy, but other than that, he don't get involved in none of it. And maybe Brian, he never.
Yeah, fucking A. I hurt your fifis. Fucking A, brother.
He didn't have a chance to talk to you about it, possibly because, it was a different time back then for you guys. He was trying to do SNS over there. You were doing your thing on your channel, and then you had the top 10 bullshit and all that Pete Marco shit. Maybe got intertwined, and you guys' friendship strained from that. And you guys couldn't make them in, but fuck all that.
I like Lord of Brooklyn's BK for life, because this is supposed to be Ceasefire Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Lord of Brooklyn says Laser was there in every peace treaty that failed.
I'll 100% admit, Brian, I did wait too long. I should have talked to you directly. I should right at the beginning.
There we go.
I never said that shit, bro. That's weak, dude. I never said that shit, Kyle. You know that.
Yeah, Big Tuna, you have it right, man. Back in the 90s, we would literally just hit each other, and then afterwards, it would be done. Yeah, exactly. That's all we would do, right, bro? And we would just bro it out. We'd be like, "Get over here, Kyle! Come, God damn it! You fucker! You should have called me." And then Brian would be like, "Yeah." Kyle would be like, "Yeah, I know I should have called you, but fuck yeah, motherfucker." That's what this show is all about, man. We try to kind of bro it out because it happens. Lines get crossed. Miscommunication does happen. I'll sit here. I'll literally have a live stream with somebody smoking weed, and I will totally misinterpret exactly what the fuck they're telling me. I mean, I've done it, and I've done it on the other side too, where I've told somebody something, and the way you deliver,
I'm not going to misinterpret that, Razor.
So
I'm not going to misinterpret any of that. If I think that somebody that I consider a friend, if I have any fucking sideways thoughts or views or looks, I'm going to say, "Hey, bro, are we cool?" As a matter of fact, I've done that with Kyle a couple times. I've had to be like, "Hey, bro, are we cool?"
Well,
fuck.
Make peace now, then,
And
bro.
we did. We
Make peace now. Like fuck.
when we finally
Fuck
reached
Marco,
out.
fuck Pete. Hold on, Kyle. Fuck Marco. Fuck Pete. Fuck me. Fuck all of it. You guys have a history of being friends on the street. Why don't you guys just bury the hatchet now, bro? I mean,
tried to do that, dude. I thought
Yeah,
we
you
already
guys are
did the
friends,
hatchet.
man. You guys have been friends
we
for a
were
while.
good, dude. We were
did bury the
good.
hatchet. I don't care about MCM. I don't care about all that.
It doesn't sound like it. What are you talking
And I
about?
told Brian that, and I've
It
told
doesn't
Brian,
sound like it.
and me going over to Rennavision to create S&S was just like I told you, Brian. It's because I can do exactly what I wanted to do and how I wanted.
You could have done that over here. You know that. You know that. Don't fucking. That's weak shit.
And
Somebody got your ear. Somebody made you think something weird because that is a weak sauce, man. That's just weak. No, this is not an ambush. This is good.
Man.
This is real shit. Yeah,
Let's hashing it out, dude. This is
Yeah.
good. This is good therapy, Kyle.
Marco didn't call me and convince me. I called him and said, "Hey, man, I felt pushed out from MCM. Hey, can I start a show on your channel?" And he said yes. And I said, "Okay, cool." I said, "I'm going to bring Matt and everybody over, and we're gonna start."
Let me ask you something. Has Marco not shown you twice that he's had people stab you in the back and you've let them come back to the show? Be honest, bro. Be honest.
I mean, what, like Lopez?
No. I don't fit
Come on,
that category.
Brucifer.
I don't. Hold on, Brian. I don't fit that category, Kyle, because I was always honest with you. Remember when you wanted to leave Rennavision, even though I wasn't doing anything for you, I told you to leave and be on your own and stand on your 2 feet. When Marco was being toxic behind the scenes, I shared it, and you guys always
all that shit's real, Kyle.
You always thought that,
and you know that shit.
Maybe you thought that I was really whatever your opinion of me was towards Marco. Maybe you thought that I was going back crying to him. Certain things.
Honestly, I didn't think that. I actually didn't care if you did.
Bullshit, you told me that. Don't.
You always like playing the fucking fence. Like, oh, I Marco, just say what's on your mind, Kyle. Like, you know that mother. Okay, you know what? Fuck Marco.
And let me. Here's the first one that was the worst one, bro. The first one was the worst one where Matt, Brucifer, Matt, I think Lopez was kind. He knew about it. I know he knew about it. We're trying
when they wanted to push me out of the show.
When they wanted to push you out of the show.
Hold on. Good. Hold on, Brian. That's fucking bullshit, and you know it. We wanted to change the pace of the show. You were fucking mad because I said that Matt's a better anchor than you, and then you did your little passive aggressive bullshit that you do. Start trolling us while the show was on, taking like little sub shots about, oh no, I'm just here to be here. I'm just here to be here.
Yeah, you guys wanted Matt to host. I said, cool. Well, that Matt host, so I let you do it.
But you turned it in like we were against you, and then it got back to Brian because I watched his shit and I see the Brian's little innuendo sub disses that only could have came from you, Kyle. Like that was never your chick.
I told him. I said, Brian, I
wanted to make the show better. That's why I always never see. I'm glad we're doing this. That's why I always felt out of place. You wanted to make the show better, and we had opinions to give you, and then you said, okay, calmly on the phone in a group with fucking hypocrite ass Brucifer, and then you go on the show that night and you play victim. Brucifer shitted on you, and you guys did too with them all the motherfucking time. And then when it came down that you grew balls to fucking take it at me, you had that hypocrite on there with you. You would complain about his content, about his slides being better than yours. That's what he would say. And that shit began. That's why I cut him. Stop communicating with him. And always remember this, Kyle.
Well, I was mad that Bruce had better slides.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I have the same motherfucking receipts that you have.
No. I think the funniest part with Brucifer was the whole time where, he tried to act like you were racist. Just same thing. Like he tried to act. He says a lot of people are racist, and you let him, act like you were this big racist, and he talked all this shit about you behind the scenes, and you let him back on the show after that, man. That was fucking weak sauce, bro. That's true, dude.
He did get mad and leave because of a segment I did.
He got mad and left because of the certain things you would do, which was whatever, because it was your show. And I would tell him that it's his show, bro. It's his show. He can do it how he wants to do it. It is what it is. You're coming over there doing slides and doing all this. And I could tell by the group texts and by watching you guys on there, you guys felt a certain way. And he was just another plug from Marco, but he was different than me. I watched you guys. I was a fan of you and Matt. I went over there like, fuck, I'm finally put on. Yes, I'm happy. Don't matter how it turned out, but there's a lot of things that you, even over there, you don't have
shit behind the scenes. You know, Matt was sending messages. I sent you the messages that Matt sent. You know, Matt was doing that. That was really fucking cheesy shit. Gay ops. That was really bad.
I mean, if Marco sent them in there, you guys in there to disrupt the show. I mean, it didn't work.
Not me. Like, it was his intention. You know what I mean? And and so fuck it then. So he says this. You know how he is. Oh, you know what, Lopez? You're gonna go over there and you're gonna learn, because Matt and Kyle will fail because they're a bunch of fucking losers, insecure motherfuckers, and you're gonna take that show. You learn how to do slides, and then you'll take it over, and I'll find somebody else to put there with you. That's fucking 100% true. And then me over here, like, wait a minute, man. I these are the flip side guys. I like these guys. I just want to talk comics. I don't even know if I could do it, but let me try. I didn't go over there with none of those intentions. I was trying to learn. You know what I mean? I was gung ho for you guys, bro. But you tell Kyle, tell him, Brian, how I thought that we should fire back on McClay. Tell him how I would tell you, expose whatever dirt you have on him. Then I would say the same thing to Marco. I would say the same thing to fucking Matt. Well, you know what? Shots fired. Take off. Defend the channel. Defend yourselves.
And what did I always say when it came to McClay?
He's my friend. Yes, you did.
And I would say,
doesn't sound like it tonight. Doesn't sound like it tonight.
It's just feelings that are pent up, Brian, that he has had and he never got to express to you.
That's pretty weak sauce, bro. I'd never heard any of this, man. I thought we were totally cool.
Well,
not a single time have I heard any of this.
We did bury the hatchet. You're right. And
I straight up called you, and I told you the first thing before you even said something. Hey, bro, we are cool. Don't worry about a thing. Me and you are cool. I did that.
I mean, but
go ahead.
I'm not allowed to. You said something. Whether you remember saying it, whether it's misinterpreted, whatever the case is, who cares? I'm not allowed.
You know, I didn't say that. That's weak sauce. I don't know where that comes from. I don't know. Like,
but I'm not allowed to.
That got put
I'm
in
not
your
allowed to
ear.
get mad about anything.
You should have came to me. You should have came to me like a friend.
And I said that in hindsight. Yes, I should have.
Yeah.
First thing.
Sauce.
Well, what's most important is hopefully you guys leave here with a better understanding, and hopefully whatever comes of it, you guys can get over it. Honestly, you guys have a friendship that seems to be established before YouTube. So
before YouTube.
That is not my character to act like that. I have never shown that.
It's probably not going
to. I have impeccable character, in my opinion, on every friend that I have and everybody that I talk to, dude. I have impeccable character, man. I do not act that way. I'm very empathetic. I'm very the first person to always say, hey, if I see anything that is like a sideways glance or something, hey, dude, are we cool? Just let me know. Like, if there's something that I
talked about it a bunch of times. I've said that.
You never said shit to me. You just saying once, and now you're saying a bunch of times. You never said shit to me.
All this MCM, all this drama. So we've talked about it a bunch of times.
I believe Kyle. I believe Brian totally said that. No, I'm joking, man. I have no. You know what, Brian? I mean, we can both go back and forth and say, hey, I didn't say it, and Kyle. At the point, at the end of the day,
there's always two sides of the story and the truth in the middle. So
yeah, exactly. Do you guys still
want?
There's
always two versions. It's all good.
Right. Yeah, there's two sides to this pancake, man. So do you guys just? The end of the day is you guys are bros, man. Are we gonna bro it out? Is it cool?
No.
Are we cool, Kyle?
No.
Are you guys cool?
No.
Can we be cool, man?
Hey, Brian, come over and give me a hug.
No.
Come out, man. Get that baby oil, Kyle.
That's not gonna happen, bro. That was pretty fucking shitty, bro. That was shitty right there,
Are you being
dude.
serious, Brian? We're not.
100%, dude. I thought I was a good friends with this guy, dude.
We're trying,
Like
Kyle.
Lopez, we
appreciate
talk
it, Razor.
on the regular, bro. We talk family shit. We talk about everything. I know what his wife and family are going through, and I fucking give him prayers and talk to his wife.
And that was part of the hatchet being buried.
It was yesterday, bro. Like,
I know.
you would think that if somebody you were that close to, they would be like, "Hey, bro," and what of my character? What do you know? That I am always open for any conversation. I've always said that on every show that I run. There's fucking seats for anyone that wants to come on the show and talk about any fucking thing they want. All my friends know my character is impeccable, dude. They all know it. That's weak sauce, dude. That's really weak, dude.
Don't matter. My info says Brian seems like he always wants his own side of the story out there. He's the type that loves the drama. Seems like Kyle just told his side of the story, was invited on no less. Brian jumped him for it.
My info don't matter is definitely somebody from over there. So I would suggest they just come on then. I mean, it's definitely been known about my the type of person I am. I don't have problems like this with friends. I fucking nip it in the bud, dude. And I thought we were cool. There was no sign of any of this for the last 6-7 months.
Because we talked about it and we worked it out.
Exactly. But it was not about this.
All I was doing was saying this is this.
None of this shit has been talked about. It was because we
discussed it a long time ago.
Okay, bro.
We discussed it like a year plus ago.
Not like this. Not like you saying that I say you can't have anything creative on the show.
You just said I have say behind MCM behind the scenes.
That's the exact behind the scenes. What would it matter behind the scenes?
That's what I always wondered.
Why that doesn't even make sense.
That's
what you were wondering. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why didn't you come to me and be like, "Hey, what does this mean?"
And I said I should have
creative differences, creative what behind the scenes?
What?
Creative what behind the scenes?
Creative differences.
No, I don't even know what that means behind the scenes.
No. Say of the show behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Creative say of the show. I told you had carte blanche of the channel, bro. Not just the show, the channel.
That's different than not having any creative input at all.
I told you had carte blanche.
You said I only have decisions of the show behind the scenes. That's it.
Why would I do that if I told you had carte blanche?
And I already said we can armchair it, and I should have, in hindsight, I should have said something right off the bat. And I waited too long to talk to you about any feelings or any thoughts.
I don't feel like I've said that. If it doesn't make sense to you now, why would it make what the fuck, bro? It sounds like it didn't happen. That's what I'm saying.
Why would I make it up?
Well, look, I mean, it's not obviously, dude. Obviously, you guys.
Brian, why would I? You know me. Why would I just make it up?
It's like you guys aren't going to make peace right now.
I'm saying. I don't understand what's going on here. This doesn't feel like a person that I want to be friends with.
I mean, if you don't want to, that's fine. I can't.
Like, what the fuck, dude? Would you?
I
still am. I still talk to you.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, to be fair, Kyle Kyle did not have to come on here, Brian.
No, he didn't. Yeah.
I dropped the link. I invited him to that way we can hear his side. Before he came on here, you guys were good. There was no issues. To be fair, Kyle did not have to come on here. And he thought that everything was cool before he jumped on. So
okay, and to be fair, if he thought everything was cool before he jumped on, then where did this come from?
I was just saying what happened.
That didn't happen. That would not happen, dude.
He feels that. Okay, look, he feels that's how it happened. You guys aren't going to come to terms, and I know that.
I don't even know what the fuck that means. That doesn't even make sense to me.
It's never made sense.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to be able to. We're just going to have to agree to disagree on this point. Unfortunately, I mean, Kyle, you know, I do appreciate you jumping on here. I apologize that this might have caused a rift in you guys' relationship. I hope you guys do work it out. Honestly, I think that it was just a miscommunication. I think this is still a misunderstanding. Brian, I understand that you have every right to be upset. Sorry, Kyle. Go ahead.
It's a YouTube show. I'm not like.
I get it.
It's to me, it's really not worth throwing anything away.
Then why come on and say that? Why come on and act like that?
That's how he was feeling. That's how he was feeling.
That's all I was doing was just giving a little backstory from my perspective.
What did I talk shit about something else? I haven't talked shit about something else.
What?
Well, okay,
everything you've said has been true.
I'm running through the chats, Brian.
Everything I've said here has been true.
And I might be behind. I'm just running through the chat.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is true.
I don't think so. I don't think so, dude. I think that this is a weird, some type of weird thing, dude. It doesn't. That's not fucking Kyle to me, man. That's weird, bro.
Enemy is Sticky Goose.
That's really weird.
I don't try to shit on any other show. I don't try to shit on any other shows.
Yeah, that wasn't the intention at all either. As well, we weren't trying to shit on.
I'll just say, look, okay, look, you got okay. So look, obviously you guys aren't going to go away. We'll make you peace, but can we please not have another bombardment between?
Poor baby.
We got a crying baby in the back.
He's sick.
The baby doesn't want to hear this beef either. They're like, yeah, the baby's upset that you guys are fighting, guys. We upset the baby. God damn it.
No active aggressions going forward, right? We're not gonna like. I hope it doesn't continue on with.
I'm.
It's the landscape has changed, Kyle. First of all, man, I do kind of miss talking to you, big dog. It's kind of crazy out here now. The drama is like full scale, bro. All engagement. I know you're not into it. I know you don't like it, but it is what it is. I just hope that, this doesn't go on after this. Obviously, you guys can be buddies. Then it ends here, but hopefully there's no back and forth.
I mean, Brian is probably one of the coolest people that you can meet in real life.
See?
I mean, it's a cool story how we met. There's a lot of we ripped off old people together at a job.
Again, there's more proof of the whole fucking fuck shit behind the scenes. There's more proof of the fuck shit behind the scenes. You know that, bro. Where would that come from other than Marco?
That's something that
where else would that come from other than Marco? and Kyle, you know that shit happened. The stabbing in the back bullshit, the fucking weird fuck shit behind the scenes, contacting people with messages and saying that I'm a homophobic or I'm racist or I steal money from old people. That's weird shit.
You did. I did it with you.
We were going down the better road. We were going down the better road.
We worked at the same, right around the same time. We worked at the same telemarketing place. That's where that came from. The stealing from old people. We both worked at
that makes it proof that it's coming from Marco. Nobody else would know that shit. And Marco talks shit about that.
Oh, you told me that Marco talks shit about that. We all work at a telemarketing place. I used to sell 5 cents a minute for MCI. Are you happy with your long distance telephone carrier? Do you make long distance calls?
Gay ops. That's what they are. My info. It's called gay ops. Look it up.
Now I want to shout out. I heard your fifis.
Yeah.
You heard my fifi. I love both YouTube channels, Beyond Wednesdays and Rennavision. I'll watch both and Razor Comics now too. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. Good shout out, man.
No, I mean. I thought, I think the way I met Brian is probably one of the coolest ways you could meet somebody. What?
God, okay, I see. But see, okay,
all right, fine, fuck it.
Real quick. See,
I try to be cool, fuck it.
Kyle, it was going on. Hold on. It was going on a good path, and then you throw in the stealing from old people. That's kind of like your thing that you do. And that you would always do, even when we were doing content. You find a way to passive aggressively take the shot, and then when people comment a certain way, you get all mad. Like you guys were, I thought you guys might have ended peacefully, like go your own ways. And
I mean, the stealing from old people, I never said that.
that's fucking Marco. Marco always said that. Marco.
But I've said on the air, you've said on YouTube that we
Marco.
both worked at the same telemarketing place.
Okay.
And however that
What was
involves
the
something
telemarketing
else,
place?
whatever.
Dude, hey, I don't look. I'll say this. Me and you obviously don't have any issues. I don't speak your name after this. You won't speak mine. And
I
we'll leave it
haven't
at
been
that. Right. I wish you the best in your content, and you do whatever it is you guys do over there. I sneak watch occasionally. I do hit the like button every time, though. I'll say that. But I will never speak your name, and I hope you don't speak mine, because then we'll be back to where we started. But I do wish you and your channel the best. But sometimes you act like a little biatch.
Brooklyn. How am I making it worse?
I think,
hang on, guys.
And
BK
you don't,
for life.
when you don't fucking Lopez, it's I don't care. Dude,
Well, at least I own mine, though. I own mine. I don't give a fuck. I own mine. You know what I mean? I own mine. So it don't really matter to me. That's fine, bro. I mean, whatever, dude. Like, I have no issue with you at all, and it's over. But you are a certain way, bro, and
everybody's a certain way.
Now it was on display. But hey, it's okay, bro.
I'm on every week, so it's displayed every week. Who cares?
Yeah, well, you
Either
stay
you like
in the
it or
same
you don't.
bubble. You're in the same bubble. You whatever, bro. Good.
That's fine.
Hey, I didn't cut it there, so it don't even matter. So I wish you the best, and stay out of this side of the beef, because it would just not go good.
Okay.
It's a different community out here. It's too aggressive now, Kyle. It's like sometimes it's not cool, but sometimes it's fun.
Okay.
So,
My info wants to know, says, why did you use the term gay ops earlier?
Let me go ahead and just do this.
You're right, Ethan.
That's a question for my info. Gay ops.
I'm going to share my screen. Hold on.
That's a good song. I love Fleetwood Mac.
Go ahead and share my screen real quick, bro.
All right, here we go. Here what we got. Thanks for hanging out, Kyle. Please don't go anywhere. Oh, we got a definition of gay ops. There you go.
I didn't know that was
conspiracy
real.
executed by people who connect through social media to harass, dox, deplatform, etc. person or group. Gay ops.
Does that answer your question, my info? Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, no problem.
This is for Hi Nathan.
Well, I'm
It's
just
old school. Old school back in the day.
Fleetwood Mac. And what's your name's from? Stevie Nicks is from Tucson, Arizona. What? You guys didn't know that, did you?
She lives there now.
You can call it another lonely day for my info. All right.
Oh, we got.
Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. You're mad again too, huh, buddy? I'm sorry to do that, man. This was supposed to be a ceasefire Sunday, and evidently it didn't go the way that it was planned to go, unfortunately. But we can only do our best here, and it's between them if they want to hug it out or not. Doesn't sound like Brian's real receptive to the hug. Maybe a little bit later on, we'll smoke a little bit. We'll lube them up, and we'll see if we can get this done.
Kyle, will we ever hug it out again, bro? Or is it truly over?
Next time I'm in Indiana, I'll hit you up and I'll give you a reach around and tickle the taint.
There you go. Good old tickle the taint, man. That always helps. Smooths me over every time. Kyle, you're welcome to my apartment for a good weekend with Razor.
Hey, you live in the 602.
Community is exactly the same. Been happening for years. Shout out Economic and Comics, another State 48er, my guy. Hey, we'll drop the link in the chat if you want to hang out, man. I welcome you to any time, a fellow State 48er.
He's one of the best, dude.
Cool.
Yeah, if you want, I'll drop the link. Economics and Comics, my guy. Because he probably don't know what the hell is going on. He's like, what the hell?
This is the top 10 war, baby.
Yeah, it's all about you. You caused this.
Which we will be covering on the top 10 comic book beefs on Barber Biggest Shack on December 10th. Kyle, I know how to make content now, bro. Like,
what?
You proud of me? I know how to make content No, thank you.
I heard you started your own channel.
I'm going to.
I told
I'm going to.
I don't even remember who told me, and what I said was, God, I hope he makes fucking slides.
You son of a bitch.
No, I said nothing. Hey, anybody that can do it, shout out. I hope nothing but the best.
Kyle, you know
care.
what? Stop fucking bullshitting. You know we had fun. It doesn't matter if I was good at it or not. We had fun, bro. We had some good times.
Jeopardy was probably one of the better segments.
We had some good moments, bro. But honestly, there was negativity that surrounds that channel, and it's not you, and it's not Matt, Kyle. And I hope one thing, Kyle, that you and Matt and Sam will eventually be free and do your own thing and just be happy doing content.
I hope so too, dude. That's what I've told him.
And that's all, bro. You know what
yeah.
I mean?
Yeah.
I will for, and
why,
I thank
why
you.
create content for people that have done shit like this?
Thank you for
and that
have
tried to fuck you over twice. I've tried to stab you in the back twice, and you know about it. You know about it, and you've let those people back on.
That was Bruce. That was never me because I was a fan of Matt, and you know that.
But you know that. But you told me that was happening. That's true. That happened, Lopez.
Derek said Billy's watching this. Like, I ain't touching that with a 50-foot pole. He's like, fuck your drama.
Hey, at least. Well, you know what? If me and Kyle walk away, being okay, to me that's a win. I still have a coffee mug, Kyle. I showed it to you earlier.
Yes, you did. And
I will trust me going forward. I will always honor the time I spent on that channel and the eulogy, bro. Always. Yes, sir.
Hey, I will never ever forget the story of Lopez going to see Brokeback Mountain.
Fuck you.
Oh, you went to go see Brokeback Mountain in the movie theater?
Hey, bro, I'm different over here in this multiverse, Kyle. You can't be exposing that.
Hey, Brian, was that the gay ops you were referring to earlier?
Son of a bitch, I'm over here. They think of me highly over here, Kyle. How dare you?
Was that the mission that Brian sent you on, Darth Lopez? Did you report back on that? That
I didn't know, bro. I was on a date. I didn't know I was on a date, bro. I didn't know. Okay, for real.
Kyle had the dirt. He was like, I'm waiting for that. He had that one in his back pocket. He's like,
Kyle, look, bro, here's the thing. There's some, okay, when it comes to like our multiverse, Rennavision and Beyond Wednesday, there's people who hold nukes on each other, and I hope they're never used. Because I don't give a fuck. I know Kyle, Matt, me, maybe Brian, maybe some others got nukes. By that I mean receipts. And I just hope we never get to the point where that never needs to come out. You know what I mean? Good thing, and Kyle knows this. HR over there won't speak. They will not. That's not what they do. They will not lower themselves to this type of thing. They think they're better than that, and that would avoid any further issues. And I know that, so that's comfortable. So, I mean, they'll act like they didn't see this, but it'll get back to them. And
shout out George 757 Hustle Show, Brokeback Lopez.
Kyle, you son of a bitch.
You told the story on the show.
We did, but they're not gonna go back and look.
I'll put a timestamp for everybody.
Oh, I need. You should send me the eulogy, bro, because I need to like archive it and add it to like add it to the war. You know what? Fuck, Kai. What do you think of sticky glue?
Is that the little cowboy? The little cowboy hat, smiley face.
How to do? We got nukes, bro. They got nukes.
I ain't got no fucking nukes.
All right.
Thanks, Economic and Comics. Appreciate you for stopping by, man. Making that short appearance.
Hey, but there is another. One of Sticky Goose's trolls is getting out of control, huh?
Who's that?
Straight angry white male.
I don't know who that is.
That's a account that comes in with the he comments on stickies and with the racial innuendos. Oh. And I guess he did journals. Well, I'll look into it lately. Oh, by the way, Kyle, I am a drama connoisseur now.
I've heard.
Really, Darth? That's news to all of us here. The 40 people that are watching right now.
Thank you right there. Thank that man right there. That man made me who I am today, baby.
It takes time to find your niche.
Yes, it's unfortunate, but it's not only that. Trust me, I have some things planned that are going to be very cool. and non-drama related. And I'm trying to bring back. Oh, Kyle, before we go, did you know that Jeopardy was done 8 years before? I did not know that, Kyle. I thought I was the only one doing Jeopardy.
Damn
But
it.
apparently, I know. And if you knew and you didn't say nothing, you're more of an asshole than I thought.
Who did it 8 years before?
Niobe.
Damn it.
It's a big multiverse out there, Kyle.
Damn it. I'm in a little bubble though, so
They say Dark Roll Lopez. LOL. I don't even know who that is, bro. That's probably I don't know who that is.
No,
Matt,
but
Bruce.
thank you, Kyle, for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. I think we're gonna about get wrapped up here, man. We've been on for almost 4 hours now. So it's been a while.
Thanks for gaslighting me, Brian. I appreciate it.
Hey, Kyle, do you have anything that you want to promote, that you want to talk about before you leave, since you were so gracious to stop by and take all the shit from Brian? Anything that you want to promote,
Matt.
anything you want to talk about?
Bullshit, Matt.
I am.
I'll mute Brian so that way you can go ahead and talk about what you want to talk about.
He could finish his thought. Go ahead. I know this.
Go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead and you get your promotion in or whatever you got to talk about before you got to leave, man. We'll wrap it up.
So I am going to be doing the inaugural Rennavision Awards on December 28th. And one of the categories is who hates Rennavision the most. And 2 people on this panel are nominated for that award.
I'll win that award. I guarantee it.
Let me see.
I will make my channel vote for me for that award.
Thanks for unmuting yourself, Ryan. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Kyle, I did not try to ambush you, my guy. He didn't.
The award hopefully will be a Caucasaurus Rex.
That is awesome. That is awesome, man. That's good stuff. That's funny.
Okay, I don't want to win.
That's a real award. Not like the CBA awards. Not like the Brian Sham Award. That's an award.
I don't hate Rennavision, man.
Well, thank you, Kyle. Anything else that you want to promote before you leave?
No.
Before you walk out here after you fucked up the whole. No, okay. Thanks, Kyle. No, I'm just joking, man. I appreciate you having on. Thank you again.
I don't need to promote nothing. I just hope that these will be on people's mantles for years to come.
All right. Thanks, Kyle. Check out Kyle. And you guys are doing this when now?
Saturday nights. We go on a couple hours before McClay starts MCM.
There you go. You can see Kyle a couple hours before Brian. Thanks, Kyle. We appreciate you stopping by, man. Again, have a great night, and we'll check you later.
Later, guys.
Later, Gator.
Brian, it's been a long night. Darth, a very long night.
Yeah.
Before we get wrapped up, and that's what we're doing. We're wrapping up here, guys. Brian, anything that you want to recap, anything that you want to say now that you've got this off your chest, you finally got to talk about it with everybody. We got Kyle on. Anything that do you feel that this is some closure now that we can move on?
Oh no, I feel 100% the same. Fuck those guys, and now fuck Kyle, bro. You know what I mean? Like fuck those guys, dude.
That was surprising to me. I'll be honest with you. You guys did seem different as far as that
was very surprising to me, bro. Very surprising. That's a dude I consider like a friend. I was on the phone with him and his wife last night. And telling them that I've got prayers I'm sending out for them because of something they're going through. Literally last night, hey bro, get your wife on. They're on speaker, and I'm telling them both, hey, I got prayers out for you. I love you guys. Yeah. Last night, and I talked to them on the regular. You think that if somebody felt that way, that was a friend, and when I say of my character, I mean like. That's my character is like a big thing for me, and I know people can talk shit about it. Oh, everybody says that, but I've never proved otherwise. I've always said that I'm honest on this on YouTube and everything because it's just easier to be that way. And I've always been open to anybody coming to the channel to do anything. Every other co-host will agree with that. I would put my channel up for that. And guarantee that every other co-host would say that I've been that's been my character since day one of my channel, of anything. Even when people would come over to Flipside, I would tell them, hey, make sure you start a sub channel. So if something goes wrong at Flipside, the whole time you're here, you're telling people to subscribe to your channel. I would never ever act that way with Kyle. Kyle was my friend. I thought he was part of the channel. I gave him literally the term I used was carte blanche. You could do anything you want on the channel, dude. Anything. It's yours to do.
So yeah, it was surprising to me that there was such a difference, of I don't want to say opinion or just a difference of like, no, I did not say that, and the other guy was like, no, man, you did. And there was no, there was no coming to an agreement. There was like, no, don't you remember that time, when we were all on that group chat? Or it was none of that. It was like, no, I didn't say that, and the other guy was like, yeah, you did. So that was surprising to me that there wasn't any agreement that on that at all.
Dude,
like you were like,
so
no,
much
that's
so,
not me. I would not say that.
So much so, brother, that he had brand managership on my channel where he could see everything. He could do anything he wanted on the channel. He could literally, delete the channel. That's how much.
Which he doesn't have at Rennavision because they don't. Maybe it's changed. They don't give them none of that, right? Like Pete has to, like, do a lot of that stuff. You know what I mean? They can't just do what they want to do on there. That's why they do how they do it. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a lot of crap over there, but hey, man, that's where they are. They're good with that, and hey, I mean,
hey, you know what? BK for life. At least they got to hash out their differences. They both got to listen to each other, and that's the best we can do, man. Sometimes it's okay to have differences. You talk about it and you hope that you can come to agreement, and sometimes it just doesn't work out, bro. Unfortunately, that's we gave it a shot, we attempted it, and unfortunately, it is what it is.
And you could see, like, when Kyle showed up, I'm like, yeah, bring him up, because I'm thinking like, okay, here's my friend who I've been talking to about all this shit. I don't expect him to like say, yeah, all this is happening, but I expect him to be, a stand-up dude and say what I'm about. And he did say, oh, Bryan's the coolest guys you ever know. Well, would one of the coolest guys you ever know like tell you that you can't do something on a show, even though you have brand managership of the channel, brand managership of the channel? Like, fuck off, dude.
Derek says that was that family fight of the at the Thanksgiving table. I was missed. Yeah, right, Derek. Me too, bro.
Yeah,
It felt like it was that Thanksgiving fight, right? Like they don't see each other at all. Oh no, we're gonna see the guy. Fuck, let's go ahead and have it out. So it's the wood fight that we were missing.
And here's the other thing, real quick. The guy Matt in the chat that he's friends with, that he left and did the show with, that's in the chat. That absolute geek. Me and him had a conversation on the phone. He said we need. I told him like, let's talk on the phone. He's like, finally, like, all right, let's talk. He admitted to all this shit. He admitted to all of it. And I have the fucking copied and paste messages that he was sending. So, and like, it was very weird, bro. It was very weird. We had a phone call, a long phone call, and he admitted to all of it. So I just, it didn't make sense to me for Kyle to act that way.
So what do you think it is, Bryan? Do you think it's just more, and let me be honest, is it just a jealousy thing, man? Is it just people are just jealous about what you're doing? Or
no,
what do you...
I'm not that big to be jealous of. What is there to be jealous of?
What is it? Why?
I don't understand it.
Can I tell you what it is? Being somebody who was a viewer and saw all of it, it's territory, bro. It's simply Tack on Wednesday, Bryan on Wednesday. It's SNS right before Bryan. We knew that Bryan would take all the viewers, right? And it's the top 10 both on Fridays. That's all it is. It's like a Cold War that none of these guys will ever admit. Like Marco and Pete, they're never gonna speak upon this. That's not what they do.
You dumbass! You just admitted to it.
Absolute Geek Podcast says that he talked to Ronnie. Yes, he does admit that, but the story isn't the way that you're spinning it, Bryan.
I have the messages.
Man has the opportunity to come on anytime he wants, but he does not do it because that's not who he is, right? So I mean, you have the opportunity to come on, man. You could have came on too.
Absolute geek. We are wrapping up, man. But if you want to jump on, and speak your piece, I'll be, I'll be more than happy to drop the link because I don't want to end on that note. If you want to jump in here, absolute geek.
He's not gonna jump. He's with his family. I mean,
I'll give you some time to do that. If not, that's fine. But I just, I want to give everybody their chance to speak on it.
So basically, I'll end it with this. All the fuck shit behind the scene was admitted to already, right? He just admitted to it. He said, yes, I talked to Ronnie. I'll admit that. He says it wasn't what I'm saying, but that's bullshit. I'll put the messages on my community board. So all the fuck shit behind the scenes was true. Kyle admitted it. Darth Lopez knows it happened. So that's one thing. Second, Kyle admitted to knowing that they tried to fucking take his show from him twice, and somebody stabbed him in the back, and he led him back to the show, and didn't, fucking. If somebody stabbed me in the back the way they stabbed me in the back, I'd be like, get the fuck off my channel, man. The fuck are you doing? Get the fuck off my show.
I don't understand that, right? Because and Kyle would never admit to the bickering behind the scenes because he didn't now. And that's my thing. I never understood all the stuff that was going on, how they felt about Bruce. They won't admit it, and how Brucifer felt about them. He won't admit it. But yet when it came time to try to roll me up, they were okay to do the eulogy. And my thing with Matt, and Matt, you're here. I thought we were kind of friends, but maybe not. You should have told me. You know what I mean? And that's where I almost you guys never had the balls to go against Bryan for a lot of reasons, or even
it's just surprising to me, Darth, for somebody. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just somebody who's looking. Again, this was all new to me, but just taking a step back and kind of looking at it. It's surprising that these two individuals, Bryan and Kyle, were so far apart, man. You're kind of had the background in it, kind of like me just talking to somebody else. The chat, guys. What it's so surprising to me, guys, chat, is that these guys were so far apart, right? There was no agreement that conversation was ever made. There was nothing. It was Bryan was like, no, you're fucking bullshitting, and he was very adamant about that. You seen how I even tried to interrupt. Bryan was like, no, man, you're full of shit, bro. And Kyle was more like, no, we did have that conversation. And to be all honest with you guys, from my opinion, from my viewpoint, when I put Kyle on, Kyle seemed like he was very reserved. He didn't see like he, kind of seemed like he didn't have nothing to hide. Like he was okay talking about it. So it was hard for me to believe that this guy was just making this up. You know what I'm saying, Chad? Like, I couldn't understand. Hang on, Darth. Give me a sec, man, and I'll let you interject because I know you have your own side. But just, people that are on the outside like me, it's hard, for me to believe that this guy will just make this up, not knowing, like Darth, the inner circles or the background, because the way his demeanor was, the way that he was, and maybe that's just how he is, but the way he came off was that this guy doesn't really have anything to hide. This is his side of the story, the way how he sees it. And me being a fellow stoner, I know there's a lot of times where I just fucking zone the fuck out like, huh? He said that? I said that? Yeah, you probably did fucking say that. So I can understand where Kyle was coming from, but it got to the point where there was no agreement at all. Like Bryan was like,
I don't care how
no, and Kyle was like, no, it happened. So we couldn't agree to that part at all.
I smoke a lot of weed. I admit that. I smoke a lot of weed. No problem. I don't care how stoned I get. Kyle was my fucking friend, dude. He could do anything he wanted on any show, any channel. That was his deal. I told him, if you want to come over with me from Flipside, you can have anything you want on the channel. It's yours.
Hey, Niobe asked me, why do you allow trolls in the chat? You'll never see that on my show. Niobe, I'm not trying to kick anybody out. I don't know who's on anybody's side, Niobe. I don't know who's from where. So I don't want to
aggressively relaxing. Somebody been doing this thing, but I mean, you shouldn't kick people out unless they're really, really disrespectful.
Yeah, I don't see anything that's happening, Niobe, for me to remove a person, man. I wouldn't do that because I want, unless they're coming at us racially or something crazy, Niobe. I don't see anything that's going on in the chat for me to remove anybody.
This was actually a good thing for me. It made me fucking not have to deal with a person I thought was a friend anymore that wasn't my friend. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was a trip, man, because it seemed like he was coming on with the impression of just giving us his take of why he, he went to the rent, his side, and he's doing the show with them still. And I thought we were just going to get that info. I didn't know that that's still inner turmoil where he felt a certain way, that you weren't giving him any creative control in the background. Like he had control of the background, but nothing, no creative control. That was kind of the bombshell
Exactly.
that we all
He's
found
saying
out.
I'm not giving him creative control in the background, and he literally has control of the channel in the background.
I feel like my info says I feel like there's even more top 10 shows than ever. None of them seem to have stopped. Is there a point to the drama or war or whatever? There is a lot of top 10 shows. I don't think there's any top 10 shows that revolve around drama. I think that this particular situation that's happening is
the top 10 wars.
Yeah, it's a certain instance. My info. I don't think
top 10 wars continue.
You're not gonna see Comic Tom. I don't think beefing with these guys. This is between them.
No. Comic Tom's a Jedi. I'm not a Jedi. I let everything out on the internet. I'm one of the stupid ones. You know what I mean?
Derek says Razor should become Judge Judy. Everyone brings him their drama so he can rule on it. That'd be a good concept for a show, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, honestly.
What I see people not having a tight iron grip on their shows are the people coming in or out. All right, well, that's your opinion, Niobe. I appreciate it, though, man. I always do. GT comic indeed. Yeah, guys. Thank you, guys. So before we wrap up, Bryan, I know it's been a long night. Darth.
Yes, sir.
You had a great time, man. I appreciate you helping me out, bro. Much shout out to you. I know you had the kids going on and you're doing your thing and you're being able to multitask while you're doing it. So thank you, sir. Before we wrap up, Darth, do you have anything going on that you want to promote, man, that you want to tell us?
Yeah, December 10th, we will remix on Immortal Biggie Shaq's channel the top 10 comic book content beef. A lot of new additions after I did it the first time on Furbird. So we're going to remix that and have fun and look at
a new one now.
Yeah, this one's kind of weird. I don't. Yeah, we'll see where it goes.
Weird.
I think we're all been waiting for this too, man. So
I think that was part of it. I think Kyle finally got to say what he probably really wanted to say, but Kyle is not for drama, and neither is Matt. That's not what they do. So, it's interesting. I don't know where it goes. That's on them. And I know I'm good with them, and we don't ever got to speak on each other's name, and that's something I'll never do. But we're all a bit weird, man. We're all a bit touched.
Yeah, we're all a little weird around here. Thank you, Darth. I appreciate you, man. You're always welcome. You're a regular on Sunday, and you're always welcome here on the channel. So thank you, brother. Bryan McClay, Beyond Wednesdays, my guy. You see the ticker down there in the bottom. You guys see the shows that he does Wednesdays, Fridays. He's the guy. Sub him up if you haven't done it already. Check out his shows. Check out his hot 10 lists. It's something to look forward to. I look forward to it now. It's something new on my list. Wasn't on my radar. It is now. I hope it's on your radar too. Bryan, thank you for being on the show. Anything that you want to promote, anything coming up that you want to mention while we have you here, my guy?
No, but this battle content shit is fucking crazy. I'll say that. Congratulations on the battle content, because this shit is fucking hardcore, man. So, Jesus Christ.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. And I hope we got the, you make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe, all that good shit. Check me out, guys. I do a show every Sunday. It's called Football and Comic Books. It's Ceasefire Sunday. Ceasefire Sunday is still going to continue. It happens every Sunday, even after football is over. So look forward to that format to continue. We took a break off here to do something special with my guy, Bryan. I wanted to have him hash it out. Wanted him to have his story. We did that. On Sunday, we're going to be back to the regular show. Stop by. I have Ben Jamhouse. Ben Jamhouse is going to be stopping by from Divinity Comics. He's a gentleman from Divinity Comics that have their own show. His name is Ben Jamhouse. Really cool guy. talk about art, talk about comic books. I want to spotlight his channel. He's going to come by and hang out with us. That's Sunday. That's 4 p.m. Eastern. Check me out, Football and Comic Books. Please like, comment, subscribe to the show. Again, my special guest, Darth Lopez. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you having me, having you on the show today.
Sure.
Of course, the man of the hour, Bryan McClay from Beyond Wednesdays. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you having being on the show, supporting small channels like me. Thank you. Everybody, appreciate everybody that stopped by in the chat. Too many names, man. Too many names. That's a good thing. That's a good thing that 32 people stopped by. We love you. Until next time. Check you later.